Chapter 670. Interesting, isn't it? She's actually trying to find the secrets of the blue flames. Andre mocked the woman's actions in a mocking tone as he sat in an empty alleyway. His only audience was the meatball-like small eyes. Magical pets and mages had an inseparable connection. They could share sight, smell, hearing, taste, and touch with each other. Thus, small eyes could see everything that Andre could see. However, its slightly lower intelligence and chaotic and tyrannical thoughts meant that it couldn't understand what its master was trying to say. It could only stare at him with its large, innocent eyes in silence. However, Andre clearly didn't care if his magical pet could understand him or not. He continued, "Look carefully, this woman's steps are light and graceful, and she doesn't let go of any suspicious traces. She's obviously been trained professionally, and the strangest thing is that she doesn't fear flames like normal people. Let's guess, is she protected by a magical item? Or is she hiding some unknown blood?" Before he could finish his sentence, the woman suddenly stood up and unfurled a pair of enormous black wings behind her back. She flapped them and quickly flew into the sky. Oh, damn it! She's a devil, a lustful demon from hell. No wonder she can ignore the damage of flames. Andre's eyes widened in shock, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he came to his senses, the first thing he did was to use the spying eye to chase after the woman. One had to know that lustful demons were different from succubi. They didn't have too many obvious markings on their bodies, such as horns on their heads or tails on their backs. In fact, many lustful demons looked exactly like humans, the only difference being their enormous black wings. If one couldn't even recognize this, then they wouldn't be worthy of being called an erudite mage. Of course, like many devils, lustful demons were completely immune to fire damage. In hell, they'd even soak in lava as a way to relax. Andre really couldn't think of anyone who had the ability to summon a journeyman devil in a place as desolate as Valen City. One had to know that only a 7th rank Arcana spell could do that, and a 7th rank Arcana spellcaster was at least of the 13th rank. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of such a person hiding in the shadows. The demonic spying eye flew very quickly. It did not take long for it to catch up to the lustful demons in the sky. This beautiful and evil creature glided along the city's coastline at a leisurely pace, as if enjoying the coolness of the night wind gently caressing her skin. She had a slightly disdainful yet charming smile on her lips, as if she was mocking the foolishness of mortals and the destruction brought about by chaos. Demons were one of the most staunch supporters of order in the universe, so it was normal for them to show disdain for chaos. Although the order they followed was bureaucracy, tyranny, autocracy, and militarism, order was order, and evil order was also a manifestation of order. Most of the time, the evil order was often stronger than the good order. It was also this point that ensured that the demons could continue the war with the uncountable number of demons for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. After flying past the spacious harbor, the lustful demon suddenly began to descend. A short dozen seconds later, she landed on the deck of a uniquely designed warship. What was strange was that the sailors on the ship did not show any signs of fear. Instead, they respectfully bowed, as if they were already used to her presence. A pirate ship controlled by demons? Andre suddenly had a bad premonition. He hurriedly controlled the demonic spying eye to get closer, and immediately saw a line of words written in red on the sail: Devil's Ship. Casamurkis, a demon in human skin. A mortal who seemed to have a close relationship with hell. In a very short time, detailed information about this ship and its captain appeared in Andre's mind one after another. He even suspected that the lower planes were trying to support an evil force in the material world. Otherwise, how could a mere pirate captain have the ability to control a powerful, lustful demon. In order to confirm his conjecture, he once again controlled the demonic spying eye to enter the cabin in an attempt to find some evidence. But the instant the magic eye passed through the sailor's lounge, ripples suddenly burst out in the air as if it had collided with an invisible force field. Damn it! I've been discovered. As a mage, Andre immediately understood that he had encountered some kind of defensive barrier. He had never expected that a pirate ship would have such a high-level thing, so he was caught unprepared. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. In the blink of an eye, a man with red eyes rushed out. He waved the sharp blade in his hand and quickly destroyed all the demonic spying eyes, leaving no room for future trouble. Just before the last eye was destroyed, Andre saw him roar loudly at the lustful demon behind him, as if blaming it for being careless. Another fellow who wants to join this war? Or is he just a troublemaker? The situation is getting more and more complicated, more and more interesting, and more challenging. Recalling the scene that had come to an abrupt end, Andre narrowed his eyes and muttered softly to himself. He only had a rough impression of the captain of the devil's ship, Casimircus. He could not think of any motive for him to choose to join the fray at this chaotic moment. After all, even if he had the support of Hell's demons, he only had a little over 100 pirates in the material world. He was not strong enough to ignore numbers, so he had no right to join this dangerous game. Everything seemed so strange, and there was a smell of conspiracy everywhere. Fortunately, Andre had long been used to all kinds of illogical phenomena surrounding him. After thinking for a few minutes, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. He dragged Angus, who was still unconscious, into a rotten and abandoned wooden house, intending to wake up the bald mage and see if he could be of use to him. With the all-out confrontation with the underground guild, he began to feel that he had too few subordinates under him, especially those with high-end strength. Compared to the rich and powerful enemies, they were a little lacking. Perhaps it was time to expand. After all, he did not have high requirements for loyalty, as long as they could guarantee that they would not betray him for about half a month. As for other aspects, he would think about it later. Chapter 671. The essence of war was to slowly strengthen oneself while continuously attacking the enemy, until the scales of victory tilted in favor of one side. Just as Andre was busy recruiting subordinates, a dozen or so armed youths gathered outside a noisy tavern on the other side of the city. They all had fierce gazes, as if waiting for a signal. Suddenly, in the distance, a casino that was still open for business erupted with deafening shouts of killing, followed by soaring flames that lit up the night sky. It was like a signal, a guiding light, illuminating the way for the young people lurking in the dark. The guy in the lead immediately raised his right fist in excitement and shouted, "Brothers, the time for revenge has finally come. Attack! Charge! Kill all these trash! Let them see our power." The youths, who had long since been unable to contain their excitement, quickly activated the power hidden in their bloodline. In the blink of an eye, they grew thick fur and completely transformed into rats. They didn't hesitate at all, nor did they have any fear. They charged straight into the noisy tavern and started slaughtering the staff inside. From the thugs and bartenders to the waitresses and drunkards, anyone who was slightly slower to react would immediately be pierced through by sharp weapons. Due to years of bullying and oppression, every rat man had been suppressing an evil fire in their hearts. At this moment, it was completely released. Blood, slaughter, destruction. They had even forgotten the commandments set by Old Bernie, recklessly using their teeth and claws to spread the disease among ordinary people. Not long after, there were more than 10 customers who were bitten and scratched, screaming as they fled the scene. They had no idea what this terrifying scene meant. Once this highly contagious disease spread among normal people, a terrifying disaster would descend on the night of the next full moon. This time, there would be no pirates to help clean up the mess. In reality, the scene before their eyes wasn't an exception. If one were to look over the entire Valen City, they would discover that many of the businesses belonging to the underground guilds had been crazily attacked. Some had even prepared firewood beforehand and burned them down. They didn't care about money or spoils of war, only wanting to satisfy their thirst for blood. In a short half an hour, more than half of the taverns, inns, and gambling dens of the underground guilds had been destroyed. Perhaps it was because they had not encountered any serious threats for a long time, or perhaps the leaders were busy dealing with the Owl Squad's annihilation. In short, the seemingly powerful guild was unable to react for a long time. Many of the members patrolling the streets could only watch helplessly as the groups of rat men left. They did not even dare to approach. There was nothing they could do about it. It wasn't that they weren't loyal enough, nor was it that they weren't brave enough. It was just that they knew that if they didn't have enough manpower to fight against a group of war creatures who carried fatal diseases, it would be fine if they didn't die, but if they were accidentally bitten, they would soon become one of them. Most importantly, they were also responsible for keeping an eye on everyone with bite marks. They tried their best not to miss anyone, so that when the higher-ups asked about it, they could provide a relatively complete statistics to prevent a large-scale outbreak of the disease. The impact of this attack was huge, so huge that many ambitious people saw the weak side of the city's rulers. At the same time, they saw a rare opportunity. With the Shadow Net's attack, too many problems had been exposed in the underground guilds. In particular, their control over the smaller guilds had plummeted. Many ambitious leaders were silently planning for themselves. Now, with the addition of the Ratmen, the situation was completely out of control. Looking at the chaotic streets, the panicking crowd, and the burning wooden buildings, Paddy's face showed an unprecedented satisfaction. He turned his head and shouted to his comrades behind him, who had been completely stimulated. "Brothers, you've done a great job tonight. Reality has proven that the strength of the guilds is just a facade. They're no different from ordinary people. They can bleed and die just as well. The destroyed buildings and the killed enemies were all the best evidence. We have to make them remember. Today is just the beginning. As long as they don't surrender, our revenge will not stop. Now, let's cheer to our heart's content. Let's celebrate this hard-won victory. Long live! We will drink the blood of our enemies to our heart's content. Tonight was so satisfying. That's right. The old leader didn't need to be so cautious. As long as we unite, it's not impossible for us to replace the guilds and become the ruler of Valen City." The confidence of the young rat men, who had achieved an unprecedented victory in their first attack, quickly swelled. Although many of them had died, these losses were insignificant compared to the glorious results of the battle. This was especially true for those who had killed with their own hands. They boasted loudly to their comrades and took pride in it. Young, impulsive, childish, and arrogant, the common problems of young people were vividly displayed in these rat men. They had no idea that they were being used, and even more so, didn't know what kind of dire situation their actions would put their clan in. The strength of the underground guilds was far from being as incompetent as they were currently displaying. The wealth, reputation, and power they had accumulated over hundreds of years was no joke. However, any country or organization that had been established for a long time would inevitably have the problem of being overstaffed. Add to that the restrictions of various rules and regulations, it was natural that they wouldn't be able to react quickly. At this moment, a solemn meeting was being held in the headquarters of the Uptown Guilds. A round table was placed in the spacious hall on the second floor. Several mysterious masked men sat around the table. They were uniformly dressed in luxurious black robes, giving off a very mysterious feeling. Without a doubt, these people were the leaders of the underground guilds, the true rulers of Valen City. Every one of them had a large interest group standing behind them. In order to protect themselves, they usually didn't show their true faces to others, which was why they were dressed so strangely. The middle-aged man in the lead furrowed his brows and stared at the number 1 assassin kneeling on the ground. After a full minute, he asked, "Ulick, you can be considered an old member of the guild. Tell me, what should we do in this situation?" "Sir, we don't have any good methods to deal with that young mage. We can only let the professionals deal with him. However, the other participants must be dealt with as harshly as possible. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to deal with them after we lose all face." Ulick, who had just completely destroyed the entire owl squad, carefully answered the leader's question. Chapter 672. Ever since he had escaped death and returned to the headquarters, the first thing Ulick did was to use the authority in his hands to inform the few leaders as quickly as possible. He did not dare to hide anything at all. This was because he was very clear that perhaps reporting the truth would bring him a lot of trouble, and he might even be severely punished. However, the consequences of lying were even more severe. If the leaders did not understand the true strength of the enemy, then the entire guild would face a severe test. If the rule of the underground guild was overthrown, as an executioner whose hands were stained with blood and enemies everywhere, he would definitely be the first unlucky one. After weighing the pros and cons, this assassin who was not too stupid confessed everything. This included how he had obtained information from Casimir, how he had mobilized the Night Owls to launch an attack without authorization, and how he had been crushed by the powerful magical power in the end, and how he had seen Isidore and Angus descend from the sky when he was escaping. After a short conversation, the meeting room once again fell into a deathly silence. Even though everything below the eyes was covered by masks and did not reveal much of their expressions, it could be seen from the eyes of every leader and the heavy atmosphere around them that their hearts were quite heavy at the moment. Mage, the master of the arcane power, he could release a powerful supernatural power that ordinary people could not understand at all, with just a raise of his hand. Although they did not believe that a mere mage could go against a huge guild, they could not help but feel nervous when they thought of the terrifying means that the other party had used to kill all the members of the Night Owls in an instant. After all, no matter how many resources a guild controlled, it still needed to rely on people to operate. It needed to rely on force to deter the subordinate guilds and maintain basic order on the surface. Once the massacre of the direct elites happened a few more times, they would immediately face the danger of having no one to rely on. When that time came, there would be no need for outsiders to launch an attack. A huge internal conflict would erupt, and it would fall apart. The so-called underground guild was just a general term, a place used to balance power and resolve conflicts, a joint organization to suppress other competitors. Its main power came from the 6 guilds that had survived from the era of the first Pirate King. In essence, it still retained a lot of autonomy, just like a huge joint stock company, where every leader was a major shareholder. If there was a major problem with the entire company, then in order to ensure that their own interests were not damaged, there would definitely be people who could not help but propose to withdraw their shares or reach a secret agreement with the enemy in private. Betrayal and betrayal were human instincts, especially in the face of survival and benefits. So-called family, friendship, and love weren't worth mentioning. Even though they hadn't reached the point of betraying each other, the leaders weren't fools. They all knew that if they couldn't get rid of the young mage the assassin mentioned, it would only be a matter of time before this happened. Silence. An oppressive silence. After a full 10 minutes, the masked man sitting on the right side of the door took a deep breath and asked in a heavy tone, "Ulick, do you think Isidore and Master Angus can kill our enemies directly?" "I'm very sorry, Your Excellency. I'm not a spellcaster, and I don't know what a battle between wizards looks like, so I have no way of judging. However, our spies have already set off. I believe it won't be long before they return with results. Ulick didn't dare to make wild guesses, and didn't dare to voice the fear in his heart. He would never be able to forget the scene of the owl squad dying like moths to a flame. He would also never be able to forget those members who had suffered such a huge mental blow that they had completely collapsed and would rather end their lives by committing suicide. Perhaps in the eyes of the leaders, this death was just a series of numbers, but to him, it was an eternal nightmare. Damn it, what a bunch of trash. We spend hundreds of thousands of gold coins every year to raise a bunch of trash like this. Wizards. I've mentioned this more than 10 years ago. We need to raise our own wizards. But you guys always said that the cost was too high. Look at it now. The enemy alone has forced us into a dilemma. A woman with a more violent temper suddenly stood up, slamming the table and growling in a low voice. She was like an angry lioness, and her roar made a few people feel ashamed. Shut up. This isn't the time to complain. Moreover, raising wizards isn't as easy as you think. Let's not talk about how much it costs to start from scratch. Just the loyalty alone can't be guaranteed. Do you think that after gaining great power, they will continue to be controlled by us? A wizard's loyalty is only to magic. We can't give them what they want. Are you saying that the guild has to spend a lot of money to raise a few fellows who are destined to betray us? Another man slammed the table as well, not showing any weakness as he loudly retorted. He clearly understood the way wizards thought. Wizards who truly had the ability to step into a higher level would not be bought over by money, power, and beauty. They only had one goal in their eyes, and that was to explore the sea of knowledge and pursue the glory of the ancient magic civilization. Seeing that the two men were about to quarrel, the leader hurriedly waved his hand to stop them. All right, sit down calmly. The debate about raising wizards ends here. You should know that we have already voted on this matter, and the answer is no. We don't have the ability to raise our own wizards under the premise of guaranteeing their loyalty. However, in the face of a powerful spellcaster, we're not completely powerless. At least, the secret wizard tower, led by Master Jalal, will always be on our side. If we can't get a satisfactory result tonight, I'll go there myself tomorrow morning. So, you don't have to be too worried. Before he could finish speaking, there was a sudden rush of footsteps in the corridor outside, followed by a knock on the thick door, and a panting voice could be heard. Phew, 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 respected leaders, something bad has happened. Our scout just returned and reported that he found a corpse at the scene of the incident. Judging from the appearance, it should be Master Isidore. What? That's impossible. Ulick, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. He had seen the old wizard's mysterious methods with his own eyes, and could not believe that he would die at the hands of a young man. The masked leaders were not much better. Although they were still forcing themselves to be calm, the panic in their eyes could not fool anyone. The messenger standing outside the door swallowed his saliva and explained with a bitter smile, I didn't quite believe it at first, but our people brought the corpse back, and we can check it at any time. Also, I have bad news. More than half an hour ago, the most profitable inns, taverns, and casinos of the guild were attacked by the rat men. All of them have been lost, and they are even unscrupulously biting ordinary people with their teeth. I believe you know what this means. Chapter 673. Damn it! He's spreading the beastification disease. Has old Bernie gone mad? He's declaring war on U.S. After hearing the grievous news brought by her subordinates, the woman who had been suppressing her anger for a long time could no longer suppress her emotions. She started to curse while gnashing her teeth. As someone who had personally experienced the rat plague, she felt her entire body tremble when she recalled what had happened that year. especially the night of the outbreak. The horror was indescribable with words. Even the most determined person would have nightmares for an entire year after seeing it. The beastification disease was a taboo in the entire southern region. Although the beastified people were also a type of human and had the same intelligence and habits as humans, even looking exactly the same when they didn't transform, apart from mages who were full of curiosity, most normal people simply couldn't accept living with them. This complicated relationship was equivalent to a person with AIDS and a healthy person. Although everyone knew that they wouldn't be infected as long as they didn't have any blood contact or sexual activity, once someone was infected with AIDS, the people around them would instantly keep their distance. The beastified people were even more severely ostracized, especially the rat men who had once brought great harm to Valen City. Apart from them, everyone else saw them as a natural disaster. The man in the lead clenched his fists nervously and stared at the others. He said in a low voice, "Looks like we have to make preparations for an all-out war. But before that, send someone to ask old Bernie if he has any explanation. I remember that not long ago, he promised us that the rat men would never initiate an attack." Humph, things have already reached this stage. Is there still a need to ask? That old fox must have thrown in his lot with that young mage. Otherwise, with his cautious personality, how could he make such a bold move? Agreed. This is already an act of war. There's no need to speak any more nonsense. We should retaliate as quickly as possible. That's right. I agree. I agree as well. All right, since you've all said so, I now officially announce that from this moment on, we have officially entered a state of war with old Bernie, effective immediately. As he spoke, the man in the lead fiercely slammed the table. He knew very well that the guild might not have any good methods to deal with a powerful mage, but they had at least 2 backup plans to deal with the rat men. After all, the rat men had been a huge threat to the guild for a long time. In order to prevent the terrible disaster from happening again, they had prepared many emergency measures. Now, they could finally use them. Of course, the most important thing was that before the enemy mages were taken care of, the guild needed a common enemy that they could unite against so that everyone could vent the anger and fear in their hearts. Otherwise, it would quickly become a huge hidden danger. Most of the time, waiting was the most terrifying thing. You didn't know where the enemy would come from, what methods they would use, whether you would die, how you would die, or if it would be painful. The guild leaders were well aware of this, so they decided to launch a war against the rat men to divert the attention of their subordinates. At the very least, they wouldn't have time to think too much. This way, they could temporarily ensure that there wouldn't be any internal chaos. With the official declaration of war, the huge and bloated organization of the underground guild began to quickly operate. More than 10 spies quickly shuttled through the streets and alleys of the city, and hundreds of fully armed thugs gathered in a short 2 hours. They went straight to the border of the harbor and surrounded the territory of the rat men. Their actions caused the originally chaotic city to completely lose control. There were no longer any merchants or peddlers in the market, and all kinds of taverns and inns were closed one after another. The residents used wooden planks to completely seal the doors and windows of their houses, carefully observing the movements outside through the cracks of their doors. The merchants also returned to the ships docked in the bay at the first moment, and without saying anything, they returned directly. Only a few daring fellows didn't choose to leave, because they smelled an opportunity from the tense situation. Investing in a war was always the business with the highest returns, the biggest benefits, and the most exciting. It was like a gamble with all of one's wealth and life. As long as the gamble was right, the benefits would be unimaginable, especially in a war like this, where the fate of a city was determined. It was definitely enough to make speculators eager to try. However, What was happening outside was not worth the attention of the guild leaders. Since the orders were issued, they handed over the command to their subordinates and sat in the meeting room, staring blankly at the corpse that had just been carried in. Julian squatted on the ground, carefully examining the wound. After more than 10 minutes, he stood up and said with a serious expression, "That's right, this is Master Angus's body. There are many residual burn scars all over his body, probably caused by some kind of fire magic. In addition, there is a penetrating wound on his chest. Judging from the size of the wound and the degree of bleeding, the murder weapon was a short sword or a long dagger. The angle of the stab was very tricky and very sudden. The enemy's method was very ruthless, completely crushing the heart without any signs of struggle. It was this sword that caused his death. I can swear that the person who could do this is definitely a top assassin. He first used stealth techniques to get close to the target, then seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack." "You mean to say Master Angus died from a physical attack?" After hearing the assassin's judgment, a slightly shorter leader stood up and asked loudly in shock. He could not believe that a 9th-level mage could be killed by a short sword. Why were high-level mages revered by ordinary people? It was not because they could create fireballs, lightning, and strong acid out of thin air, and it was also not because they could easily kill people. It was because you never knew what the mage's next attack or defense would be. The unknown was the root of all fear. However, from Julian's description, this leader felt that Angus's actions were all seen through by the enemy, and even predicted his next move. It was like a murder script that had been written, forcing this powerful old mage into a dead-end step by step. Terrifying scheming, terrifying methods. Just thinking about it made one shudder. Seeing the fear in the eyes of the others, the leader took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Looks like we need to talk to Casimir, Kiz." "No problem. I'll arrange it now. He must also want to talk to us now." Julian understood the intentions of the leaders. He hurriedly bowed, turned, and disappeared into the dim corridor. Chapter 674. The midnight sea breeze gently blew through the bleak streets, taking away the unbearable humidity and heat of the early summer. Although the city was already engulfed in the flames of war, small-scale conflicts and killings were everywhere, especially around the docks. The rat men and the underground guilds were already in formation. Once they started fighting, there would be rivers of blood. However, these were all power struggles between the big shots and had nothing to do with the ordinary people. To the ordinary people, they only wanted to know when this turmoil would end and when order would be restored so that they could have food to eat and not starve to death. Unfortunately, even such a humble wish couldn't be realized. They could only hide in their homes and carefully calculate their remaining food and water. Once they ran out, they would have to take the risk of going out on the streets to rob others. If they weren't careful, they would die. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened in Valen City, so most of the residents knew what they had to do. They all obediently stayed indoors and patiently waited for the results. After all, no matter if the underground guild successfully suppressed the riots or the rat men won, they would all try to restore order and prosperity to the city. When the time came, there would definitely be people going door to inform the residents. In a desolate alley, a tabby cat was lying on a roof beam with a raw fish that it had stolen from God knows where in its mouth, peacefully enjoying its midnight snack. Its appearance was comfortable and leisurely, as if the conflict between humans didn't affect its appetite at all. Suddenly, the cat seemed to have discovered something. Its ears pricked up in alertness, and its two green eyes stared at a dilapidated and abandoned wooden house not far away. After a short 2 seconds, 2 young men of the same height and appearance walked out from inside. One of them was topless and had a cloak around his waist. His face was filled with a faint smile, and he seemed to be in a very good mood. The other was the exact opposite. Although he was dressed appropriately, his face was very pale, and he couldn't hide the sense of defeat in his eyes. After the topless young man walked onto the street, he smiled and said to his other self behind him, "Ha, be happy, Angus, my dear friend. You have to know that you just made a very good choice. I promise that after this matter is completed, you will receive a generous reward." Happy? I'm sorry, but I'm not happy at all. At least, before you deal with Gerald Jenkinson, we can't even guarantee our own safety, not to mention the reward. Another young man curled his lips, his tone full of helplessness. Don't worry. Give me a few days. Gerald Jenkinson doesn't have a specific position, and it won't be difficult to persuade him. Besides, if he doesn't want to accept my kindness, I'll have to ask him to go to another world. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the topless young man. He was none other than Andre himself. As for the other one, he was the bald mage Angus, who had used the shape-shifting spell to make himself look exactly like Andre. It was clear that the two of them had reached some sort of agreement. Angus had chosen to betray the Magus Tower regardless of whether he had taken the initiative or not, so he appeared to be rather nervous and uneasy. Andre's mood was just the opposite. After obtaining the loyalty of a 9th-level mage, the power he had grasped had expanded to the point that it was enough to contend with the underground guilds. However, considering the strange behavior of Casimir Kiz, Andre didn't do so. Instead, he let the bald mage change into his appearance and continue to attract the enemy's attention. He planned to use Uhtred's identity to sneak into the Magus Tower and take advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was focused on the chaotic situation in the city to get rid of the biggest hidden danger in one fell swoop. After all, that was the Magus Tower. Even the worst Magus Tower had very powerful power. Borrowing its power, the mages could cast high-level arcane spells that were beyond their own ability. They could break through the limitations of the spell slots and make the enemy die in a flash of lightning or a sea of fire. Once the Magus Tower was under his control, there wouldn't be any power in the entire Sardinia Islands that could interfere with the plan. Even if Casimir had the support of the forces of hell, it would be useless. Angus, who had changed into Andre's appearance, obviously knew that his mission was to act as bait. However, he had no choice, so he took a deep breath and nodded lightly. All right, I hope the plan will really go as smoothly as you said. In addition, I will use your identity to make a ruckus in the city these few days. I will create as much trouble for the underground guilds as possible so that they won't have time to pay attention to what's happening at the Magus Tower. Very good. This is the effect I want. Now, let's exchange secret imprints. If there's anything, we can contact each other directly. Remember, no matter who comes to contact you, don't give them any answer. It's best if you don't even say a word. After saying that, Andre raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A mark of a slightly opened eye quickly appeared in the air. Angus also snapped his fingers, and a badger-shaped mark appeared in front of him. The two didn't say any more nonsense. They each opened their own spell books and copied the other's secret imprint. Then they turned around and left without saying a word. Andre wasn't the least bit worried that Angus would betray him, nor was he worried that he would secretly play any tricks. This was because this bald mage had already been forced to sign a harsh magic agreement when his life was in danger. The duration of the agreement was 10 years. If he betrayed Andre in the slightest during this period, his soul would fall into the abyss and suffer unimaginable pain and torment. Walking in the deserted alley, Andre was in a rather good mood. He even softly hummed an unknown tune. Although tonight's unexpected situation was out of his expectations, the result was very beneficial to the whole plan. Not only did he obtain a large amount of information, but he also subdued a powerful mage. The spoils of war were especially generous, especially the level spell that Angus had just handed over, Transfiguration. It solved a lot of problems with his identity. The effect of this Transfiguration arcane spell was to allow the target to completely transform into another person. This included height, weight, appearance, the length of each strand of hair, the color of the pupils, and so on. It could be said that, apart from genes, even the fingerprints would be exactly the same. With the help of the Transfiguration spell, Andre no longer had to carefully calculate the duration of the last bottle of secondary Transfiguration potion. He could go all out. Glancing at the notes on the parchment in his hand, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He said to himself, "Next, I'll find a quiet place and copy the Transfiguration spell into a spell book. Then I'll get some clothes. I don't want to appear in front of others naked." Chapter 675. Walking along the dark and quiet streets, Andre slowly walked barefoot through the deathly silent slums of Valen City. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the relatively safer upper city. Just like the layout of most cities in the Oleal continent, the rich and powerful usually like to gather in places with higher terrains, so as to reflect their different identities and statuses. The closer one was to the pirate castle at the highest point of Valen City, the more ridiculously wealthy the residents would be. Some of the manors were so extravagant that they didn't pale in comparison to the Duke's manors in Linton City. After all, to the smugglers living in the underground world, no matter how much money they earned, they couldn't openly spend their money in the open. Otherwise, the deeply rooted nobles would investigate everything in minutes and use their power to bankrupt them. Therefore, many smugglers chose to build manors in Valen City and enjoy an incomparably luxurious life. Unfortunately, there was nothing perfect in this world. Although no one here cared about identity, bloodline, or the origin of their wealth, the unstable situation could turn everything to nothing at any time. For example, most of the manors were empty right now, and there weren't even many servants left behind. This was because they knew that once the conflict spread to the entire city, these seemingly luxurious manors would become the first targets of the bandits. Seemingly sturdy walls wouldn't be able to protect them at all, so they might as well return to their simple homes. Savoring the wondrous feeling of personally pushing a city into the abyss, Andre didn't head straight for the secret entrance to the Wizard Tower. Instead, he chose a seemingly empty two-story mansion. He didn't have the slightest intention of knocking on the door. Instead, he had Little Eye destroy the lock with a frost ray and gently pushed open the door to walk into the front yard. Early summer in the south was the season when flowers bloomed. Perhaps due to the influence of the noble's elegant style, the owner of the house had planted large amounts of expensive blue roses. A gentle breeze instantly revealed a sea of flowers, especially the rich fragrance that made one feel as if they were in a fairy tale. Truly extravagant to the extreme. No wonder people say that humans have endless greed and desire to possess all the beautiful things in the world, even if they don't know how to appreciate them. Andre sighed at the beautiful scenery in front of him as he continued to walk towards the front door of the house. He had once heard Chloe mention that the blue rose was the most expensive type of rose. It was cultivated by a baroness hundreds of years ago and symbolized unique love. Each rose was worth more than one silver coin. It was the first choice of wealthy nobles to give to their lovers. There were at least tens of thousands of blue roses in the garden. Just the seeds alone cost thousands of gold coins. It proved how profitable the smuggling industry was. Otherwise, where would the smugglers get so much money to pursue sensual and spiritual enjoyment, although this pursuit was as ridiculous as the nouveau riche? However, Andre did not intend to laugh at the owner of the house. He only wanted to enter the house to find some clothes, socks, and boots that fit him. Then, he would borrow the study to learn Transfiguration and rest for a few hours. In order to avoid any possible disturbances, he did not go through the front door. Instead, He used his teleportation ability to fly to the balcony on the second floor and directly pushed open the window and walked into the house. Perhaps it was because they had left in a hurry. The living room on the second floor was a mess. Vases, sculptures, and paintings could be seen everywhere. Basically, all the valuable things had been packed up and taken away. The remaining things were either fake or too big to be moved. Without stopping, Andre quickly pushed open the door of the living room and walked along the corridor to check the rooms one by one. It did not take long for him to find a room full of bookshelves and books. Looking at the neatly arranged books and scrolls, he gently shook his head and sighed. Just as I expected, these smugglers are too narrow-minded. They don't know how precious knowledge is. If a noble family was fleeing, the first thing they would protect would be the books in the study, not the gold and silver. Having said that, Andre casually picked up a few simple books and flipped through a few pages before putting them back in their original places. The more he read, the more he could not help but want to teach the owner of the house a lesson on how to respect knowledge and books. It was clear that the smuggler was only here to collect information. He hadn't read any of the books in the study, especially the unique books on geography, philosophy, and monsters. Even the Linton City Wizard Library didn't have any records of them. Although he did not have the time to sit down and carefully savor the knowledge in every book, Andre could pack them all up. After doing all this, he took out the Transfiguration Scroll and devoted himself to learning magic. Perhaps because he was too focused, he did not notice a small figure curled up in a corner in the corridor, staring at the study with two big bright eyes. Time passed by second. The small figure seemed to be very interested in Andre, who was learning magic and had no intention of leaving. He was already attracted by the constantly flickering arcane light in the air, and could not help but slowly walk out from the corner. Without a doubt, this was a thin and weak boy, about 10 years old. He wore dirty linen shorts on his legs and carried a large pile of clothes and food in his arms. He was obviously a thief from the lower city. Closer and closer, closer and closer. The boy could even see Andre's complicated spellcasting movements and could hear the jerky and complicated incantations. For some reason, his body began to tremble slightly. He raised his skinny arms and began to imitate the level 4 spell, Transfiguration. What was unbelievable was that his movements and incantations actually triggered the magical energy in the air around him. A dazzling light began to surround him. The spell that Andre could not learn in an hour, he actually managed to learn it in a few seconds. What terrifying talent! Although he was still a long way from mastering the spell, his current performance was enough to make all the mages blush with shame. As the energy vibrations in the air grew stronger, Small Eye, a magical creature, sensed the presence of the boy and immediately transmitted its discovery to its master. Andre was instantly shocked. He hurriedly stopped his spellcasting movements and looked at the boy behind the bookshelf who had entered a spellcasting state with an incredulous expression. The violent power of the arcane art was rapidly gathering in his body, just like a huge magnet, a black hole that could never be filled. Chapter 676. Everyone on the Oleo continent knew that it was very dangerous to interrupt a spell that was in the middle of casting. The higher the level of the spell, the more energy would be gathered and controlled. Once the spell went out of control, it could cause serious injuries or even death to the caster. In the worst case, it could cause a disaster like a landslide or a tsunami. Although the magic energy gathered by the boy was not enough to threaten Andre's safety, he still did not disturb him in any way. Instead, he carefully prepared for the danger and waited for the boy to complete the spell or fail to cast it. No one wanted to be affected by the loss of control of Arcana because you never knew what the consequences would be. Sometimes, even if nothing happened, strange things would happen after a while. For example, a man would suddenly turn into a woman, or some organs would disappear or lose their functions. In short, according to the description in the book, Arcana Principles and Composition, all magic in the world was made up of primitive energy, and these energy particles contained countless possibilities. They could be shaped into any shape and nature. When the spell went out of control, it was not surprising that accidents would happen. This was also why many mages believed that they had to be careful when using their own power. Most of the time, they would rather use more complicated strategies than use powerful spells to crush their enemies. Although Andre did not agree with this conservative idea, he was not an extremist like Ulysses the necromancer who believed in using magic to solve all problems. Feeling the vibration of the energy in the air getting more and more intense, he quickly realized that the spell model was about to be completed, so he immediately kicked the table over and used it as a shield. Reality proved that this action was absolutely necessary. In just a second, a visible energy shockwave spread rapidly from the boy to the surroundings. Everything that was touched by the energy changed strangely, especially the bookshelves around. They twisted into a terrible spiral shape, and the floor cracked into uneven and irregular slopes. The walls and the ceiling merged together in an unbelievable way, like an arch bridge. As for the table that Andre used as a shield in front of him, well, it could not be called a table anymore. The energy of the transmutation arcana had turned it into a four-legged wooden horse. What was even more unbelievable was that the drawers and the things inside the drawers were not damaged at all. The door of the room changed from a rectangular shape with a height of 2 meters and a width of 60 centimeters to an oval shape of the same area, and it was even upside down. Andre narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself as he looked at the strange and wonderful scene before him. Unbelievable! A child can actually release such a powerful force. Could it be that there's some secret hidden in his body? The boy was clearly shocked by the damage he had caused. He stared at his hands with his eyes wide open. He stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. There was no doubt that there was a problem with the spell model he constructed, which was why the transformation was not complete in the end. However, the uncontrollable energy was released in a different form, resulting in the current result. Andre looked at the boy's confused face and sighed. He said, "Kid, come here. I have a few questions for you." What's the problem?" The boy cautiously took 2 steps back and kept looking back at the door behind him, as if he could run away at any time. "Relax, child. I mean you no harm. Perhaps you don't even know what you just did, but I can tell you clearly that you almost completed a 4th-tier spell. Do you know what that means? That's something that only a 7th-tier mage can do, but you did it just by feeling and imitation." Andre tried to explain the situation as concisely and easily as possible because he now understood why the boy could do such a thing. It was because he was a natural-born warlock. Unlike mages who relied on their wisdom and research to obtain arcane power, warlocks obtained arcane power either through their innate instincts or by relying on the special blood flowing in their veins. Obviously, the boy was attracted by the transformation spell and activated the power that had been dormant in his body for many years. This power was so powerful that it was far beyond his control. Perhaps because he realized that Andre did not mean any harm, the boy calmed down a little. He licked his dry lips and asked carefully, You mean I have the talent to become a mage?" Andre smiled and shook his head. "No, child. You will never become a mage because you are a natural-born warlock. Can you tell me about your family situation? For example, who are your parents?" "Warlock? What's that?" As a poor person who struggled on the verge of death, the boy did not know much about the power system of Aurire. He had never even heard of the word warlock. Warlocks are also known as natural-born spellcasters. They are born with powerful magic power, but this power is hidden in the depths of their body, heart, or soul, waiting for the day when it can be released. Of course, warlocks and mages are very similar to each other to some extent, but there is a saying that distinguishes them very well. Mages choose magic on their own initiative, while warlocks are the opposite. It is magic that chooses them. Judging from your performance just now, if I'm not wrong, this should be the first time in your life that you have shown your power, right? It's very interesting, isn't it? I can feel that you must be very confused, but also very excited. But remember, the power of arcane magic is not that easy to control. It is far more dangerous than you can imagine. Maybe you were lucky this time and did not suffer any harm, but the goddess of luck will not always favor a mortal. Without systematic learning, the consequences of imitating a high-level spell will definitely be enough to kill you 10 times over. Andre had never thought that he would meet a newly awakened warlock in such a situation. He was full of curiosity, wanting to know where the boy's power came from. Was it the supernatural blood flowing in his body, or was it, as some scholars speculated, from the magic nodes, or from the influence of another world? The boy clearly felt the excitement in Andre's eyes. He took 2 steps back in fear, but for some reason he did not turn around and run away. Instead, he mustered up his courage and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "Why?" "Huh?" Andre smiled and spread out his hands. "It's very simple. Because warlocks are very rare. To be exact, they are very rare. I am very interested in them. That's all." Chapter 677. No one knew where the first warlock of Orire came from, and no one knew the reason for the birth of these individuals who were born with a strong affinity for magic. The only thing that was known was that the offspring of a supernatural being and a mortal had a certain chance of becoming a warlock. In ancient times, humans made use of this to create a large number of warlock families. Some of the more famous families even continued to this day through close relationships. However, with the erosion of time, more and more warlock families completely died out and eventually became ordinary people. However, there was not only one way to create a warlock. After the research of many scholars and mages, they found that there were other ways for ordinary people to become a warlock. For example, the touch of demons, the blessing of tree spirits and water fairies on newborns, the magic in the mysterious spring water, the gift of the gods, exposure to the violent chaotic magic of the elemental plane or the chaos sea, and even a special understanding of the universal laws. All of these could ignite the spark of arcane talent, and with a little guidance, they could become a qualified warlock. Andre did not know which type the boy in front of him belonged to, but from his performance just now, his talent was undoubtedly very strong, and his body did not show any obvious abnormalities. He was very valuable for research. "You mean my ability is very rare, and there's no monster in my body?" The boy's voice trembled, and his eyes were bloodshot. Tears were swirling in his eyes, and he looked especially agitated, as if he could cry at any time. "Yes, although I still don't know where your ability comes from, it is undoubtedly very rare, even rarer than mages. If the number of mages in the whole continent is compared to 50, then the number of warlocks is 1. As for monsters, in the eyes of ordinary people, anyone who has mastered power that they cannot understand will be called a monster. That is a kind of ignorance, It doesn't mean that there is a monster in your body. Can you understand this explanation?" In order to divert the boy's attention, Andre deliberately made a more vivid analogy. He could understand the boy's complicated feelings. In particular, the Sardinia Islands were originally a desert of magic. Ordinary people simply could not understand what the abnormal phenomenon that appeared on the warlocks meant, and they all blamed it on demons or devils. Since they were demons and devils, their attitude naturally wouldn't be good. Ostracism, humiliation, and beatings were all light punishments. If things didn't go well, they might even be captured and burned alive. It couldn't be helped. In this world where the illiteracy rate was as high as 99%, it was more realistic to expect ordinary people to understand mysterious spells than to expect pigs to fly. Obviously, from the way the boy was dressed and his severely malnourished body condition, it could be seen that he must have suffered a lot and lived a very difficult life. To be honest, Andre was a little afraid that this little guy would suddenly cry, and then he would have a headache. One had to know that he was not the type of person who knew how to comfort others. Whether it was a woman's tears or a child's coquettishness, he had a feeling that he did not know where to start. Unfortunately, the more one was afraid, the easier it was for things to happen. In less than 2 minutes after he finished speaking, the tears in the boy's eyes flowed down uncontrollably. As he wiped his tears, he muttered to himself, "Is that so? So this is a kind of talent, a kind of powerful strength. I always thought that I was like what everyone said. The devil living in my body will only bring disaster and misfortune. Devil? Humph! To think that this group of idiots could think of such a thing. If the devil is so kind to bestow the power of a sorcerer to a mortal for no reason, then it shouldn't be called a devil at all, but a divine servant of the heavens." Andre sneered and mocked. He did not hide his disgust for this kind of behavior, and it could even be said that he hated it. His eyes were filled with a cold light that made people feel cold all over. Greed, jealousy, anti-intellectualism, these were the bad habits that ran through the development of human society, and it seemed that they could never be eradicated. They were like shadows, constantly lurking in the dark, and with the slightest bit of carelessness, they would sneak out and wreak havoc. Countless knowledge, talents, research results, cultural products, and so on were destroyed in the hands of a group of idiots. Andre could almost predict that if the boy in front of him did not meet him today and did not awaken the spellcasting talent in his body, then what awaited him would definitely be an incomparably miserable end. Perhaps he would die of an illness, or die of hunger and cold, or die of punches and kicks. In any case, the probability of him living to adulthood was definitely less than 5%. It doesn't matter. Anyway, no matter what others say, I'm already used to it. Thank you, respected Mr. Mage. You let me understand that I'm not a devil. That's enough. The boy wiped away his tears and bowed deeply. Enough? No, child, although forgiveness is a virtue, not everyone deserves it. Now tell me, do you want to take revenge on those bastards who bullied and humiliated you? Don't worry. As long as you nod your head, I can take care of everything for you. The city is now very chaotic, so chaotic that a few more corpses won't attract anyone's attention. After saying that, Andre raised his head and stared at the other party with a very serious expression. The boy felt the murderous aura, and he did not doubt that as long as he nodded his head, this young mage who was only a few years older than him would kill all those bastards who bullied and humiliated him. But he did not do so. Instead, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Forget it. There's no need for that, Mr. Mage. You said it yourself. They are all stupid idiots. So what if I kill them all? Even my parents abandoned me because of these rumors, let alone a group of outsiders." The suffering of childhood made the boy mature beyond his peers. His eyes were always clear, and there was never a trace of resentment. Andre shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. "All right, since you insist, I'll give it to you. Now, let's talk about your future. Although warlocks don't need to go through systematic learning like mages, they still need to have some understanding of arcane spells and magic principles. Most importantly, you need to understand where your power comes from and how to display it. Simply put, you need a guide." "I understand. After imitating the spell just now, I understand that it is very difficult to control these powers. If you don't mind, I would like to follow by your side and learn." of course, as a price. I am willing to be your follower, servant, and research subject. Whatever you want me to do, I will do." The boy clearly understood his situation very well, and also knew how rare the opportunity in front of him was, so he directly showed his utmost sincerity because he thirsted for power and wanted to get rid of the precarious life of poverty. Chapter 678. Humans were a race that hated to stay the same. They longed to change their fate, whether they were poor, rich, or powerful. The king longed to expand his kingdom. The nobles longed to gain more territory. The merchants longed to earn more profits. The farmers longed to have a good harvest every year. And the professionals longed to improve their profession level. However, to get all of this, one must have great power. Enough power to defeat all enemies. The power to change fate. Magic was the most powerful power known to most mortals. Although it was incomparably violent and dangerous, it still could not stop those who flocked to it like a flock of ducks. They were even willing to give up everything for it. Obviously, the boy had been abandoned by human society. He had no relatives, no friends, and no worries. He only wanted to get rid of his poor life, even if he had to give up his freedom and life. Perhaps for those who were full all day, shouting about freedom, equality, and human rights, they would never understand the price a person was willing to pay in order to survive. But Andre, who had lived in this backward world for more than 4 years, understood, especially in the first year when he led a group of children to struggle for survival in the Black Forest. At that time, if someone gave him a hot soup or a warm house, he was willing to give up everything, even his soul. Without any hesitation, Andre stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, "You are a smart child, even smarter than most adults. I accept your conditions and promise to teach you how to use your power. Let me introduce myself. My name is Andre Blanchflower." "Hello, Mr. Andre. I don't have a name, nor a surname, but they all call me Calamity." The boy took 2 steps forward and stretched out his dirty little hand. He looked very reserved, and his eyes revealed anticipation and fear for the future. "No name? That's not good. Everyone should have their own name. If you don't mind, how about I give you one? After all, I can't always call you Child or Calamity, right?" Andre, who saw the boy's nervousness, deliberately found a more relaxed topic, trying to make the boy relax a little. "Name? Of course I don't mind. I dream of having my own name. Please give me a name." When the little fellow heard the 2 words name, not only did he not relax, he became even more agitated. Even his voice was slightly trembling. In the eyes of some people, a name was just a code, but in the eyes of many people who didn't even have a name, it represented the meaning of their existence. Even the poorest serf would be willing to spend a lot of money to ask priests or scholars in the temple to give their children a good name. Obviously, the boy had been abandoned by his parents when he was very young. He didn't even have a name of his own, so a name wasn't just a code for him, it was also a new starting point. How about Alfred? In the ancient language, it means a wise helper, a wise advisor. After thinking for a while, Andre gave a name. To be honest, the reason why he cared so much for this little guy was because of his selfishness, and he had never concealed this selfishness. Now, he was even using the convenience of naming to express his intentions. A warlock, especially one that had just awakened, was a rare talent for any organization or individual. With a little training, he could become a qualified assistant. Moreover, during the training process, he could observe and study the source of the warlock's magic power at a close distance. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the original plan, Andre had intended to take in the warlock of Shadow Web, Elf, under his command. But now that there was a better one, that fatty was no longer in his hunting range. Even a fool would know the price to pay to obtain the loyalty of an adult, but to obtain the loyalty of a child, the price was less than 1/100th of the former. Alfred? I have a name. Ha 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 ha. I finally have a name. The boy's eyes became brighter and brighter, and finally he laughed happily. There was a trace of bitterness in his laughter, as if he was bidding farewell to the suffering of the past. Andre smiled and nodded and said meaningfully, "Yes, you have a name. From now on, you will no longer be that abandoned child who is bullied by others. You will master the power of arcane magic and become a high and mighty spellcaster in the eyes of ordinary people. Remember this moment well. It will leave a rich and colorful mark in your life. At the same time, don't forget your original goal. If there was any profession in this world that could be compared to a dragon that could become strong just by sleeping, then the warlock would definitely be at the top of the list. This profession did not need to study as hard as a mage to gain power through the understanding of objective things and the laws of the universe, nor did it need to undergo arduous training day after day like a warrior. They only needed to activate the mana in their bodies and find a way to release this mana. Then they would naturally be able to release magic spells. Although the number of spells they could cast was far less than that of mages, the number and power of the spells they could cast were not inferior. It could be said that in all of Orire, there was no other profession that could gain power as easily as a warlock. Alfred, who had just received a name, did not understand the hint in Andre's words because he was hungry, very, very hungry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked being killed to sneak into the luxurious uptown mansion to steal. One had to know that although Valen City was called the City of Chaos, there were not many people who dared to steal from uptown. If he was caught, he would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. After thoroughly understanding that the other party would not harm him, the boy sat down on the ground generously, grabbed the food he had stolen from the kitchen, and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing him wolf down the food, Andre took 2 steps forward and sat down on the ground without a care. He asked with interest, "Alfred, can you tell me about your parents?" "Parents?" The boy was slightly taken aback, and then sighed with a wry smile. I don't remember too clearly. Ever since I could remember, I've always been wandering the streets and begging, because inconceivable things would always happen around me. For example, some things would suddenly disappear, and some things would float up for no reason. Everyone said that it was the doing of the demon in my body, so we can't rule out the possibility of a supernatural bloodline in your body. Andre murmured thoughtfully. Chapter 679. No, sir. Although I don't know who my parents are, I know where I was born. I was born in the slums of this city. This can be seen from the insults and bullying of the people around me. Therefore, my parents must be ordinary humans. They are either prostitutes or brothels or poor laborers. They definitely can't be the users of supernatural powers you speak of. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Alfred used emotionless words to describe his inference about his birth parents. There was no overflowing resentment or so-called anger. It was as if he was talking about 2 ordinary people without a trace of emotion. Suddenly, Andre noticed that the boy in front of him was in a very strange mood. There was an indescribable awkwardness, so he subconsciously asked, "Don't you hate your parents? After all, they abandoned you when you were young. You have enough reason to hate them." "Hate? No. I don't hate them at all." Alfred swallowed the food in his mouth and calmly shook his head. "All these years I've been wandering the streets begging, stealing, enduring the scorn, ridicule, insults, and even beatings of countless people. Hate and anger can't solve any problems, and it can't let those who look down on me suffer any harm. On the contrary, it makes these people feel inexplicably excited. If you show a resentful gaze when they insult or beat you, then you will only get another beating in return. Ever since I understood this, if someone hit me, scolded me, or laughed at me, not only would I not resent them, I would even put on a smile from the bottom of my heart. This way, they would feel very bored, lose interest in continuing, and let me go. The essence of this world is the law of the jungle. I'm weak, so naturally, I will become a target to be bullied in the eyes of others. When I become strong, I can naturally bully those who are weaker than me. The boy's words shocked Andre. Incomparable shock. He almost couldn't believe that these words came from the mouth of a boy who wasn't even 10 years old. However, after giving it some thought, he felt that under the cruel living conditions, it wasn't strange for an immature child to have such thoughts. After all, most of the time, in order to live better, the brain would adapt to the surrounding environment and subtly change a person's form and consciousness. Some would even temporarily abandon their humanity and completely transform into a beast. Looking at the boy who was desperately stuffing food into his mouth, Andre had a complicated look in his eyes. After a full minute, he took a deep breath and said, "Alfred, you will definitely be a great person in the future. Not only did the suffering of your childhood not destroy your thin body, but it also trained you to have a strong will. This is a precious treasure that will benefit you for the rest of your life. Maybe, right now, I just want to be able to eat my fill. I don't want to risk my life for some food, and I don't want to die in some corner for no reason one day. Who knows what will happen in the future?" The boy shrugged nonchalantly. Some say that fate is like a mischievous fairy. You never know what mischief it has in store. To Alfred, fate was darkness, boundless and endless darkness. From the time he could remember until now, it was full of suffering and pain. There was no light at all from the beginning to the end. The ugliest part of human nature was always following him like a shadow, leaving an indelible mark on his young heart. As a result, his way of looking at things was completely different from normal people. Andre didn't know what kept the boy alive until now. If it were him, he would have either exploded in silence or committed suicide in madness. Conversation and communication were always the best way to bridge the gap between people. After more than half an hour of chatting, the two people who didn't know each other gradually closed the gap between them. Although they couldn't be considered friends, at least they had established a preliminary trust, especially the young Alfred, who had basically let down his guard and even took the initiative to talk about the misfortune he had encountered. As for Andre, he was a patient listener, expressing his own opinions from time to time. Time passed by like this, and before long, the boy who had eaten his fill began to yawn and quickly fell asleep on the ground. Gazing at little Alfred's peaceful face, Andre sighed slightly and muttered to himself, "Have a good dream, child. Believe me, your suffering will not be in vain. After a while, I will eradicate all evil and let the whole of Valen City rise from the ashes, establishing true order and prosperity. I won't let similar situations happen again, at least not under my rule." With that, he stood up and returned to the table that had turned into a wooden horse, continuing to study the rank 4 spell, Transfiguration. It had to be said that Alfred's sleep was very sweet, and he even had a beautiful dream. In his dream, he was living in a luxurious room, surrounded by endless delicacies. 2 handsome traveling poets stood on either side of him, reciting his great achievements. Everything seemed so real that he was unwilling to wake up. But unfortunately, no matter how beautiful a dream was, there was still a time when he had to wake up. After an indeterminate amount of time, the boy slowly opened his eyes and suddenly found himself lying on a thick piece of fur. Not far in front of him was a large bowl of steaming meat soup. He sat up and rubbed his eyes, finally remembering where he was at the moment. He jumped up in fright and yelled, "Damn it, I actually fell asleep here." Relax, little guy. If you're worried that the owner of this house will suddenly return, then I can tell you that it won't happen within a few days. Hurry and drink that bowl of meat. while the soup is still hot. Follow me after you're done. Remember, no matter who you meet, don't speak, and you're not allowed to call out my name. Understand?" Andre had changed into a set of dark blue robes and black leather boots at some point in time. Even though he hadn't closed his eyes for the entire night, he was still full of energy. "Understood. I'll listen to your arrangements." Hearing that the owner of the house wouldn't return, Alfred immediately let out a sigh of relief. He picked up the big bowl and began to drink in small sips. As a child who had endured starvation for a long time, what he feared the most wasn't being kicked or punched, nor was it death. Instead, it was starvation, especially the fiery burning sensation of the stomach acid corroding his internal organs. He only needed to experience it once in his life to understand how terrifying it was. Chapter 680. The morning sun shone on the earth, bringing light and heat to all things in the world. At the same time, the turmoil and killing that had lasted for an entire night gradually calmed down. Apart from a large number of corpses on the streets, there were barely any pedestrians. The originally bustling and noisy city seemed to have become a dead city overnight. However, there were always some people in the world who were more daring, or rather, fearless. Not long after, two figures, one big and one small, suddenly appeared on the quiet streets of the upper city. The bigger one looked to be around 50, with high cheekbones, a high nose bridge, and sharp facial features. His eagle-like eyes gave off a cold and fierce feeling. If the members of the Shadow Web saw him, they would immediately call out his name, Uhtred Alicorn. Of course, the real Uhtred had already died long ago, and the one in front of him was only Andre, who had used a transformation spell. The small figure following behind him was naturally Alfred, who had displayed a powerful talent as a warlock. Ever since he had seen the magical power of transformation magic with his own eyes, the boy had been sizing up Andre with a curious gaze along the way, as if trying to figure out how a person could become another person. Andre ignored the little fellow's curiosity and went straight to a high wall built with huge stones in the upper city. He stretched out his finger and lightly tapped on one of the stones with a snake-shaped imprint, then muttered in a low voice, "The snake of vengeance opens the path of the arcane spell." As soon as he finished speaking, the snake-shaped imprint on the stone suddenly released a golden radiance, then quickly caved in, causing the surrounding stones to spin rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it formed a tunnel that led underground. "Oh, my God, this is simply inconceivable." Alfred opened his mouth wide, an expression of disbelief appearing on his face. Inconceivable. The existence of the arcane spell itself is an inconceivable thing. There's nothing to make a fuss about. Remember, from now on, unless you have my permission, you are not allowed to make a sound, and you are not allowed to speak. After saying that, Andre stepped into the tunnel. He could feel that this was not a tunnel, but a one-way teleportation portal. Because the mages of the Sardinia Islands were still very weak, they built their nest in a very secretive place to ensure their safety. Other than the internal members and a few servants, no one knew how to enter. In the eyes of many ordinary residents, they were even invisible and did not know that such an organization existed. As the two of them entered the tunnel, the rocks behind them quickly returned to their original positions, completely sealing off their path of retreat. The pitch-black environment made Alfred feel a trace of fear. He grabbed Andre's belt tightly, trying to find some psychological comfort. However, the darkness didn't last long. A few seconds later, a blinding light descended from the sky, causing him to feel dizzy. By the time he reacted, he found himself in a beautiful room. The surrounding walls were filled with complex magic patterns that flashed with a dazzling silver light from time to time. The huge crystal above his head emitted a soft glow that illuminated the entire room. Two huge stone puppets stood on both sides of the room. From their ruby eyes, It was easy to tell that they were not ordinary sculptures or decorations, but real killing machines. Just as the boy was in a daze, a pretty girl took 2 steps forward and bowed respectfully. "Welcome back, Master Uhtred." Andre, who had transformed into Uhtred, glanced at the apprentice badge on the girl's chest and pretended to be indifferent as he nodded his head. "MHM, did anything happen in the tower during the few days I was away?" "I'm very sorry, Master. I'm only an apprentice, so I'm not too sure about the whereabouts of the other masters. However, last night, the Wizard Tower detected a strong magic fluctuation in the city. Master Angus and Master Isidore went to deal with it and haven't returned yet. Earlier today, Master Gerald Jenkinson received a message from the Underground Guild and also left. The female apprentice appeared to be very careful. Even when answering questions, she tried not to be subjective for fear of accidentally getting involved in the fight between the masters. After sensing the other party's strong vigilance, Andre didn't continue to ask because he had a rough understanding of the internal situation of the Wizard Tower. He directly pointed at the boy behind him and ordered, "Take him to take a bath and change into an apprentice's robe. Then send him to my room." The female apprentice glanced at Alfred with pity and hurriedly bowed. "As you wish, Master." In her opinion, the boy in front of her was dead for sure. Moreover, he would die very miserably. There was no possibility of him surviving. All the apprentices in the secret Wizard Tower knew that Master Uhtred was an out-and-out cold-blooded demon. Once one became his experimental subject, the death rate was 100%. However, the girl didn't know that the real Uhtred had died long ago, and the one in front of her was a fake. Ignoring the thoughts of the female apprentice, Andre gave Alfred a reassuring look before turning around and walking inside. After hearing the news of Gerald Jenkinson's departure, he couldn't wait to ransack the place. To be more precise, he wanted to take over Uhtred and Isidore's inheritance. These 2 fellows were not low-ranked mages. In their rooms and laboratories, there must be many precious magical items, materials, potions, formulas, books, and so on. If he didn't properly ransack them, he would be letting himself down. When Angus betrayed, he had clearly explained that in the Valen City Mage organization, including himself, there were only 4 people who could be called masters. 2 of them were already dead. This also meant that after Gerald Jenkinson left, Andre, who was disguised as Uhtred, could do whatever he wanted. Apart from the central control room, there was no place he couldn't go. Under the gaze of many apprentices and low-ranked mages, Andre quickly passed through the corridor of the public area and arrived in front of a door with a skull engraved on it. Without hesitation, he took out Isidore's spellbook and slipped it into the groove in the middle of the door. In an instant, 2 rays of lethal red light shot out from the skull's eyes. Andre was obviously prepared for this. With a sidestep, he easily dodged the attack and wasn't hit. Without a doubt, this was a trap that Isidore had set up in front of his room. As the trap was triggered, the stone door began to slowly rise. Not long after, a large circular space was revealed. Chapter 681. Oh, damn it. It would be great if I could call a moving company right now. Looking at the dazzling array of materials in the room, the never-before-seen apparatuses and tools, as well as the hundreds of books related to magic, Andre could not help but want to transform into the most ferocious bandit and rob everything in the room, even though he had seen many big scenes. But unfortunately, Orire did not have a moving company, nor did it have a telephone or communication satellite. It was impossible for him to move so many things by himself. This feeling was like a person standing in a warehouse full of gold, but helplessly realizing that he could not take much away. Pain. Conflict. The saddest thing in life was this. Sigh, life is not as you wish. Follow the basic principle of robbery. Try to pick small, light, and valuable things to take. Andre muttered to himself softly and walked into the house, closing the stone door behind him. He began to act like a real bandit, quickly identifying the value of all the items. It had to be said that after becoming a mage, he had accumulated a huge amount of professional knowledge, allowing him to become one of the most professional robbers in the world in a very short period of time. In less than 10 minutes, he was able to pick out the items that he urgently needed from the thousands of strange and bizarre items. For example, there was a core of elemental energy. It could provide an endless supply of energy and was a necessary item to make golems or other puppets. Another example was a small bottle of viscous green liquid. It was the essence of the blood of a cave troll. Just a little bit of it would allow the cells to have a terrifying self-healing effect. Even if there was only a finger left, it could be restored to its original state by swallowing other creatures. The only drawback was that this thing would destroy one's rationality, and anyone who used it would become as stupid as a troll. There were many other similar precious materials. Under Andre's careful selection, the materials that Isidore had saved up over the past few decades quickly filled up a snakeskin bag that was 2 feet long and half a foot wide. Of course, this pocket was also a magic item found in the corner of the room. It seemed to have been enchanted with a level 3 magic shrinking spell, which could reduce the volume and weight of all objects that bumped into it to 1/16 of their original size. With this, the looting operation became much easier. Many of the larger experimental equipment were stuffed into it. After doing all this, Andre was slightly relieved. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he picked up the bag and quickly left the room. At the same time, he took out the magic book embedded in the door and turned to walk towards the room that belonged to Uhtred. Last night, he had already received a simple structural diagram of the secret mage tower from Angus, as well as various things to take note of. Therefore, he was not nervous at all. He skillfully removed the secret code, hidden in the pattern on the door, and then quietly entered a room with a huge water tank. There was no doubt that this was Uhtred's lair. Unfinished research was placed everywhere, especially the black and red liquid in the water tank that emitted a foul stench. At first glance, it was obvious that it was related to demons. Even without using a detection spell, one could guess that this was where he summoned the succubus. Just when Andre was about to flip through the notes placed on the experiment bench, the door behind him was suddenly knocked, followed by the voice of the female apprentice not long ago. "Master Uhtred, I have already cleaned this boy according to your request." Andre hurriedly threw the snakeskin bag in his hand behind the nearest cabinet and deliberately put on a serious look as he replied, "The door is not locked. Come in." "In that case, I won't be polite and disturb you." After saying that, the young female apprentice carefully pushed open the door, but she didn't have any intention of coming in. Instead, she lightly pushed the boy beside her. At this moment, Alfred had already changed into a white apprentice's robe, and on his feet was a pair of leather sandals unique to the southern region. His messy, short black hair looked very spirited, and coupled with his delicate and pretty facial features, he was simply as beautiful as a girl. His every movement exuded a unique charm, completely different from his previous dirty image. The young female apprentice didn't even conceal the infatuation in her eyes, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Extraordinary charm. As a knowledgeable mage, Andre almost immediately thought of this word. This was a kind of innate talent, and just like the literal meaning, it would allow a person to have an indescribable affinity, making it easier to obtain the love and loyalty of others. It belonged to a natural leader, organizer, and coordinator. However, it wasn't too strange for a sorcerer to have extraordinary charm, because a sorcerer originally belonged to a profession with high charm. No matter what method he used to become a sorcerer, he would inevitably have a different temperament from ordinary people. Perhaps he might not necessarily be very beautiful, but you definitely wouldn't be able to ignore his existence. Even among thousands of people, he would be easily recognized. To put it simply, charm was almost equivalent to the power of existence. It covered a very wide range, from the influence on people and things around to the affinity with magical elements, to whether it was easy to obtain the favor of gods or powerful creatures. Perhaps before awakening his talent as a sorcerer, the boy was still a little beggar who was ostracized by human society. However, after awakening his talent, his charm had greatly increased, and he was no longer a small person who could be easily ignored. Cough. If there's anything else, you can leave now. Noticing that the female apprentice's eyes were getting more and more heated, Andre frowned and deliberately coughed, rudely ordering her to leave. I'm very sorry. The female apprentice was frightened by the cold gaze, and hurriedly bowed, hurriedly turned around, and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Although she was very unwilling to leave Alfred with a demon, she still didn't have the courage to disobey the orders of a master. After watching the female apprentice leave, Andre didn't say anything else and directly used the incantation recorded in Uhtred's spellbook to seal the whole room. Following that, he said to the bewildered boy, "I'm a little busy now. You go over there and sit for a while. Whether you sleep or sit and watch. In short, don't make a sound and don't casually walk around or touch anything. I ask you to maintain absolute silence. Understand?" "Understood. Please don't worry. I won't cause any trouble." Alfred had a more mature mind than his peers, so he obediently nodded and agreed. In fact, as a sorcerer, he could sense that more than half of the objects in this room were emitting faint energy waves. Even if no one reminded him, he wouldn't easily touch them. Chapter 682. As a person who kept his promises, Andre would never forget that he had promised a succubus a few days ago to summon her back to the material world from the bottomless abyss. Now that he already had the necessary things to carry out the summoning ritual, he naturally wouldn't waste them, especially the binding magic circle that Uhtred had drawn. It could be said to be completely flawless, saving him at least a week of preparation time. Of course, the most important thing was that before meeting Gerald Jenkinson, he needed to make all the necessary preparations. A succubus who had a deep understanding of human desires could provide a lot of useful suggestions, and could even act as a qualified helper in battle. Ever since the god of gods used his supreme power to isolate powerful entities, including the gods, from entering the material world, interplanar teleportation and summoning had become very difficult. In the past, only level 5 magic was needed to open a portal to another world, but now it required level 7 magic at least. Normally, level 9 mages would be unable to complete such a summoning. However, with the help of the wizard tower, everything would instantly become a lot easier, at least in terms of energy supply. Even the most crude wizard tower wouldn't be inferior to a legendary mage. Analysis. Arcane geometry construction is perfect. Analysis. Magic energy flow speed is normal. Analysis. Binding magic circle has no flaws. Analysis. Concentration of demon blood in the pool is low. Analysis. Space structure is stable. Andre's eyes were like electronic scanners. Wherever they passed, detailed information would be immediately reflected in his retina. Normal mages would need several days to complete the inspection work, but he only needed a few minutes to completely complete it. Of course, this was only a preliminary inspection. The next thing to do was to carry out the repair. It must be known that no matter what kind of magic ritual it was far more complicated than simple arcane magic, and at the same time, more dangerous. Andre didn't dare to be careless at all. He didn't want a little mistake to cause the summoning to fail or directly open a permanent passage to the abyss. After more than an hour of hard work, all the preparations needed for the ritual were ready. Andre almost didn't hesitate at all, immediately starting to chant the incantation according to the records in Uhtred's spell book, continuously pouring the energy of the wizard tower into the magic circle. Soon, the black-red liquid in the pool began to spin rapidly in the shape of a vortex, gradually forming a planar passageway about a meter in diameter. When the passage stabilized a little, he immediately closed his eyes and called out in a low voice, "Ulrika Claridge, Martha Levins, ruler of desire, in the name of the Arcane Mage, I command you to appear before me immediately." Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, a powerful and evil force emerged from the other side of the tunnel. In the blink of an eye, a succubus with a big belly suddenly appeared. As she ran for her life, she looked back as if she was being chased by something. After discovering the entrance, she flapped her wings and jumped up, passing through the passage and entering the material world again. "Quick, close the tunnel immediately." The succubus, who had just fallen into the pool, immediately shouted at Andre. However, her shout came a little too late. Before Andre could react, he saw a thick arm covered in red scales reaching through the plain passage and grabbing the poor succubus in the palm of its hand. It was followed by a burst of unbridled laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! Ulrika Claridge, Martha Levins, you pitiful little worm, you actually want to escape from my control. Unforgivable. I will cut off your limbs, peel off the skin on your face, make a specimen out of the little brat in your belly. No, save me. I am willing to pay any price. Any price." Realizing that she had been caught, the succubus screamed in terror. She would rather die immediately than be brought back and be tortured day and night. "Hee, as you wish, beautiful lady." Andre calmly placed a hand on his chest, pretending to be a gentleman as he bowed slightly. He immediately cut off the energy supply to the wizard tower. In an instant, the planar passage that had lost its energy supply began to shrink rapidly. The vortex entrance was like a tightened noose, firmly holding the thick arm in place. It could neither come out nor retract. The owner of the arm had obviously noticed this as well. He gritted his teeth and roared loudly, "Bastard! Who is helping this damned little worm? Lowly mortal! I order you to open the planar passage immediately, or else. Or else what? Idiot whose brain is stuffed with muscles." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Andre's cold laughter. As if deliberately provoking the other party's anger, Andre mocked in a condescending tone, "The place I am in is the material world. With your level of strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to squeeze your way over in your lifetime. At best, you can only bark like a defeated dog. Do you think I care about a mad dog locked in a cage? Scram far, far away. I will take this arm as interest first." After saying that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The whole binding array directly released a dazzling white light, firmly holding the arm in place. At the same time, the speed of the closing of the passage became faster and faster. The unbreakable space energy was like a chainsaw, quickly cutting the muscles on the arm. Black blood suddenly splashed in all directions. Wherever the blood came in contact with it, it immediately made a sizzling sound and even emitted white smoke. There was no doubt that this blood was very corrosive. It could be acid or alkali. In short, it was quite dangerous. The intense pain made the greater demon on the other side of the passage furious. He opened his mouth and cursed, threatened, and tempted. But unfortunately, Andre was not moved at all. He just watched as the entrance slowly closed, and the entire arm was cut off bit by bit. He was not an idiot. He knew very well what kind of strength the owner of this arm had. Once the planar passage was opened, as the other party said, the first one to die would be him. Demons were not a race that liked to abide by oaths. Without the suppression of absolute power, it was not surprising that they would do anything crazy. Seeing that the big hand holding her shoulder was finally cut off and she fell into the pool with a plop, the succubus instantly heaved a sigh of relief. She seemed to have collapsed. She stroked her protruding belly and said in a weak and hurried voice, "Now is not the time to relax. Quickly release the magic binding. I'm about to give birth. I'm sorry, madam, because of what you have done in the past. I will not let you out before you sign the magic contract." Chapter 683. Although the succubus's fetal membrane had already ruptured and a large amount of amniotic fluid was flowing out of her lower body, which was a sign that she was about to give birth, Andre was still expressionless as he handed over a magic contract that he had prepared in advance. He saw through this cunning creature's little trick to gain sympathy at a glance. Before the magic contract was signed, the succubus could not be released no matter what. Otherwise, the moment he released the contract, the succubus would disappear without a trace in the next second. "Damn it, you're such a heartless bastard." Knowing that it was impossible to deceive him, the succubus cursed in a low voice as she obediently bit her finger and used her blood to sign her name at the bottom right corner of the parchment. Due to the bursts of pain before giving birth, she did not even have the energy to read the terms carefully. As the saying went, since it was impossible to resist, she might as well lie down and enjoy it. Unsympathetic? No, madam, you seem to have forgotten who saved your little life from the hands of a great demon just now. Tell me, who is he? Why did he chase you? Seeing that the magic contract had taken effect, Andre was in a good mood. Not only did he immediately remove the restraints of the magic formation, but he also smiled and asked what had happened. "Sorry, I need to give birth now. I don't have time to answer your question." The succubus rolled her eyes in annoyance and jumped out of the pool. Directly. She lay on the bed that Uhtred used to sleep, spread her legs, and used all her strength to give birth. In just half a minute, the little succubuses had squeezed out of the mother's body, followed by her body, wings, tail, legs. The entire birth process was unusually smooth. With the guarantee of her strong physical fitness, she did not need anyone's help at all and directly gave birth to a healthy baby girl. Then she used her sharp claws to tear off the umbilical cord and threw the little succubus, who had just been born, to Andre like she was throwing trash. "Catch! She belongs to you now. That damned little bastard almost got me killed." Andre had long expected this. He grabbed a white shirt from the chair and gently wrapped the chubby little guy up. At the same time, he waved at the stunned boy sitting at the side. "Alfred, take her to the pool over there to wash up." The boy hurriedly jumped up from the chair and ran forward. He carefully took the baby girl, who had horns on her head and a tail behind her. Moreover, she had just been born and opened her eyes. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Demons were not humans. The cruel living environment of the abyss did not allow them to have a growth period of more than 10 years. Usually, a newborn demon would develop rapidly in a very short period of time. Within a few weeks, they would be able to get rid of their dependence on their parents, and within 1 to 2 months, they could hunt in the wild independently. Therefore, although the little succubus had only been born for less than 10 minutes, it was still very dangerous. The triangular bone at the end of her tail was both sharp and sturdy. Piercing a person's throat was not a problem at all. Noticing the boy's confused expression, Andre smiled and shook his head. "Remember, she's a demon, so you have to be careful, especially not to let her feel danger or hostility. Otherwise, this little thing will tear your throat apart in a few seconds. Understand?" "Understood. I'll be careful." Alfred shuddered subconsciously. He immediately adjusted the position of his hands to make the little succubus more comfortable. However, he was obviously overthinking. As a warlock with extraordinary charm, He was born to easily gain the affection and affection of others. A little succubus who had not yet developed her mind could not resist this charm at all. Soon, she completely fell for it and cried out excitedly. After watching the boy put the baby girl into the pool and began to scrub, Andre turned his head and stared at the succubus lying on the bed with a meaningful look. After a full minute, he said, "Explain. I need you to give me an explanation. According to the terms of the contract, I have the right to know who the owner of that arm is and what happened. Also, should I continue to call you Carmen, or should I call you Ulrika Clary Martha Levens? Just call me Carmen. I like this name. As for the other name, I will only use it when facing my own kind." After the successful birth, the succubus immediately returned to her original charming appearance and answered evasively. She crossed her legs in an extremely seductive posture and did not mind showing her perfect lower body. There was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Her whole person was like a ball of fire, burning with the fire of desire. "Okay, Carmen, please don't try to escape. Answer my question directly. You should know best that those little tricks are useless against me." Andre narrowed his eyes and warned. Seeing that there was no way to fool him, the succubus pretended to be innocent and spread out her hands. "I'm doing this for your own good. You should know that some things are more dangerous the more you know. Many unlucky people were killed because they knew something they shouldn't know." Andre sneered and nodded. "What you said is very reasonable. However, I'm not afraid of danger, and I'm not afraid of challenges. The only thing I'm afraid of is being kept in the dark. Either answer my question immediately, or be prepared to accept the punishment of the contract. Tell me, what is your choice?" Okay, it's okay to say it. He was my previous master, and also the father of that little guy. He was a powerful, fierce, cruel, and cunning Glabrizu. The reason he chased after me was very simple. During a battle for territory, I sold some information to his enemy. As a result, he was ambushed by the enemy. His army was completely wiped out, and he even lost his castle. Since then, this guy swore to make me pay. If you didn't summon me in time, I'm afraid I would have been cut into countless pieces. Carmen used a slightly mocking tone to tell the reason why she was chased. It could be seen that she did not regret betraying the other party at all. Instead, she was a little proud, as if betraying was a virtue and she should be praised. However, Andre felt that things were not that simple. He glanced at the broken arm floating on the pool from the corner of his eyes. From the thickness and the shape of the claws, it was indeed very similar to the Glabrizu. The only difference was the color of the scales. According to the records in the Book of the Devil, the scales on the surface of the Glabrizu should be dark brown and black, but this one was red. Of course, this was not absolute. After all, the bottomless abyss was known as the most chaotic and disorderly place in the universe. Demons were always changing their appearance and color. It was normal for a few mutants to appear. However, Andre always had a hunch that the succubus in front of him did not tell the whole story. There must be some secret or conspiracy behind it. Chapter 684. Getting to the bottom of things was never the first choice of a smart person, because if the other party didn't want to tell the truth, then they would only get more lies and deceit in the end, getting further and further away from the truth. Andre was no doubt a smart person, so he didn't ask more about the relevant content. Instead, he took the initiative to change the topic to other aspects, such as how to kill a 12th-level defensive magician. "Carmen, I'm in a bit of trouble now, and I need your help and advice." "Hee, I can see that, or else you wouldn't have turned yourself into Uhtred's appearance. Tell me, who's the one that gave a handsome and wise magician such a headache?" Saying this, the succubus got up from the bed and stretched out her arm to gently stroke Andre's cheek. Her seductive red lips curled up slightly, as if she was teasing and teasing him. Andre obviously wasn't in the mood to play this kind of ambiguous little game with her. He directly pushed away the palm on his face and frowned. "Gerald Jenkinson, he's the trouble I'm in. I believe you should have heard of this name." "Gerald Jenkinson? Wow, you're in a lot of trouble." Carmen pretended to exclaim exaggeratedly, and then laughed out loud. While laughing, she said playfully, "Ha! I really didn't expect you to provoke this guy. Did you know?" At that time, Uhtred specifically warned me to keep my distance from Gerald because he had a deep fear of Gerald in his heart. Most importantly, this guy is the controller of the Wizard Tower. He can mobilize a huge amount of energy to crush all enemies at any time. Thank you for your reminder, but I understand all of this, so I need your advice. If you want to be sarcastic or ridiculing, then please keep your mouth shut and speak after you have a constructive opinion. Andre didn't like this kind of tone that was full of ridicule, so he didn't give her any face. The succubus shrugged her shoulders indifferently and continued to analyze. Obviously, we don't have any chance of winning it all in a head-on confrontation. Not to mention the great power of the Magician Tower. Just the 12th level defensive magician himself is quite difficult to deal with. The only chance of winning is to kill Gerald with lightning speed before he can react. Otherwise, he will immediately activate at least 5 defensive spells. I don't need you to tell me that. What I want is constructive advice. You are a succubus, a veteran who has been to countless planes. You must know how to kill a 12th tier defensive mage in the shortest time possible. Andre did not want to waste any more time. He immediately requested. He knew very well that there was no perfect life form in the world. Even gods had all kinds of flaws, let alone mortals. The only difference was that some people could recognize where their flaws were, while others could not. As a smart person, Andre was well aware that his weakness was his lack of experience, especially when facing those old fellows who had been immersed in the arcane arts for decades. The price he had to pay to obtain victory in a head-on confrontation was too great, and it was also too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life. Therefore, finding the opponent's weakness and killing them in a single blow was the best choice. Of course, whether Gerald Jenkinson was an enemy or not would only be known after the discussion. However, before the meeting, he had to be prepared for the worst. Perhaps seeing Andre's eyes getting colder and colder, Carmen finally stopped talking nonsense and explained seriously. In order to kill a defensive magician, first of all, we have to break the trigger spell he has prepared for himself. In other words, we need an anti-magic weapon. Secondly, we have to make sure that after the weapon pierces into the target's body, the target will not be able to make any sound, make any movement, or even have any conscious reaction. In other words, the weapon must have the effect of instant death. This way, we can make sure that the target will not activate some life-saving magic items at the moment of death, or mobilize the power of the Magician Tower to launch a counterattack against us. Lastly, and most importantly, how do you want to deal with 2 giant golems that are 5 meters tall and weigh more than 2 tons? As far as I know, Gerald Jenkinson carries with him 2 clay dolls that are the size of a palm. Once attacked, these 2 little things will immediately expand a few hundred times and automatically attack all the enemies in front of them. Hearing this series of problems that needed to be solved, Andre couldn't help but rub his forehead. At the same time, his brain was operating at high speed, considering all kinds of possibilities. After a full minute, a chilling madness appeared on his face, and he said to himself, "Is this the power of an advanced magician? Killing him actually requires so much preparation. How interesting. Let me give it a try. Are you sure?" Carmen's eyes were full of doubt and vigilance. It wasn't the first time she saw a magician showing such an expression, and she knew how terrifying a magician would become after showing such an expression. "Yes, I'm very sure. It's not difficult to make an anti-magic weapon. I just happen to have a mithril scimitar here. As long as it is melted and mixed with a small amount of magic repellent metal, it can be made into any anti-magic weapon. The death effect isn't difficult either. I have a piece of the purest negative energy left behind after the death of the Spirit King. Add it to the weapon through enchantment, and the weapon will immediately have the effect of instant death. As for the last two clay golems, it's even easier. A piece of elemental energy condensed core, a bottle of cave troll's blood essence, and a Glabrizu's arm. I think these three can be combined to create an unkillable, unbreakable flesh and blood puppet. Unless it's damaged by fire or strong acid, it won't have a problem killing everyone in a city. It's more than enough to block the clay golems. As Andre spoke, he placed the required materials one by one on the table. He didn't know when it started, but whenever he encountered danger or was extremely nervous, his brain would not feel fear like a normal person. Instead, there was an inexplicable excitement. It was as if there was a voice in his heart that kept urging him to move forward, move forward, move forward. No one or power in this world can stop you. Not even a god. Looking at the rare materials neatly arranged on the table, Carmen suddenly realized that Andre wasn't just saying. He really planned to kill the rank 12 defense magician Gerald Jenkinson in the other party's magician tower. That was a powerhouse that even Uhtred was incomparably afraid of. He was a monster that could suppress all the supernatural forces in Valen City in their embryonic stage with his own strength. Chapter 685. Damn it, you're crazy. Killing the master of a mage tower in the middle of a mage tower. I'm afraid the only thing crazier than this is killing a god. After discovering that Andre had begun to throw the mithril scimitar into the magic furnace, Carmen could not help but cover her face and scream. She had just escaped from the pursuit of her former master, but now she had to risk her life with her current master. If there was even the slightest mistake in the entire plan, she would definitely die. She did everything she could to stay in the material world, not to find excitement, but to enjoy life better and enjoy the pleasure of teasing mortals. However, Andre obviously did not think so. The reason he summoned the succubus back from the bottomless abyss was to have an experienced advisor and adjutant who could answer his questions and provide useful suggestions at any time. There was a fundamental difference between the two, coupled with the selfish nature of demons. They were bound to have huge differences for a long time. Unless a balance could be found, similar situations would continue to occur in the future. However, Andre obviously did not have the time to find this balance. As more and more complaints and curses came out of the succubus' mouth, he threatened without turning his head, "What you're doing is not helpful to the plan at all. If I were you, I would shut up and help to minimize the mistakes instead of venting your dissatisfaction. Remember, according to the content of the contract, you must obey my orders unconditionally. If you forget this, then I don't mind reminding you in a slightly violent way. Since this is the first time, I'll give you a verbal warning. It won't be so simple next time." After saying that, Andre carefully adjusted the temperature of the magic flame to the limit of the forceps pot. He then stared at the weapon turning red, soft, and slowly melted into a golden metal solution. The advantage of the fire elemental lineage was once again vividly displayed at this moment. After all, mithril was not ordinary steel. It required an extremely high melting point, almost as high as the graphite forceps pot. Without the dwarven alchemy solution, it was basically a pipe dream to melt a piece of mithril. If the temperature was slightly higher, it would cause the pincers to shatter. If the temperature was slightly lower, the mithril would not be able to melt into a liquid state. Apart from the fire element, which was the most sensitive to temperature, no other life form could achieve this. Feeling Andre's unshakable determination, Carmen suppressed the anger in his heart. He grabbed a small piece of light yellow or on the table and threw it into the pincer. He then used a dagger to cut open his wrist and let his acidic blood fuse with the mithril. In an instant, the melted mithril gave off a pungent smell, accompanied by thick black smoke. In just a few seconds, the originally dazzling golden liquid was covered with a layer of visible magical energy, slowly turning into a grayish silver-white color. It looked so evil that even the high-temperature flames could not purify it. After doing all this, the succubus took a deep breath. She stared with her two red eyes and said, "Mithril, magic-repelling metal, ore, and demon's blood. When these three things are combined, it is enough to create a weapon that can pierce through magical defenses below grade 5. Remember, no matter what you plan to create, you must follow one principle: small, sharp, and easy to hide. Otherwise, once Gerald finds out, we won't even have a chance to make a move." "Why? Are you planning to assassinate Gerald yourself?" Andre asked expressionlessly, while fiddling with the metallic liquid that was emitting a gray light. In fact, he had not yet thought about what kind of anti-magic weapon to create. A short sword? A dagger? A dart? An arrow? Anyway, in terms of length, it must not be more than 1.5 feet, and the width must be at most 2 fingers. Moreover, it must be formed in one go. Otherwise, it would be too late to modify it after the mithril was transformed into a solid state. As one of the hardest metals in the world, mithril was much harder and more resistant to wear than stainless steel. Therefore, it must be carefully considered before making a move. "If not me, then you?" Carmen curled her lips in disdain, showing undisguised contempt in her eyes. Of course, as a succubus, she was qualified to despise the close combat ability of a sorcerer, even if this sorcerer was also a level 1 rogue swordsman. "If so, then tell me what weapon you're best at. In 5 minutes, the metallic liquid in the pincer will be perfect. I need a template." Andre was not angry because of Carmen's mockery, because he knew it was the truth. His sword skills might be able to bully low-level close combat professions, but they were nothing in front of a real master. Carmen glanced at the amount of liquid and thought for a few seconds. Then she immediately replied, "Spear, according to the principle of arcane geometry. Its shape is the easiest way to destroy the stability of the defensive spell model. So I need a spear. Considering the material, you only need to make the tip of the spear." Hearing the request of the succubus, Andre's face flashed with a trace of surprise. Then he nodded slightly. "No problem. I promise to make you a unique spear." Aurere's spear was not a traditional long spear. It was a conical weapon that completely gave up on cutting damage and pursued the ultimate penetration. Usually, it was a weapon specially equipped for feudal knights. The tip of the spear was made of sharp metal, and the body of the spear was made of fragile apple wood. With the huge force brought by the charge of a war horse, even a giant dragon would have its vital organs pierced by the tip of the spear. Ordinary soldiers would be killed in one strike. There was absolutely no need for a second strike. As for the apple wood, it ensured that the wrist would not be damaged during the process of transferring the force. When the spear tip collided with the body's reaction force, the fragile wood would immediately break. It played a perfect role in dissipating the force. After all, the joints were one of the most fragile parts of the human body. Even with the strong body of a knight, they would not be able to withstand such a huge impact. Only those legendary close combat professions who had broken through the limit of their physical fitness could use a spear made of pure metal to launch a charge without damaging their wrist. The scene of using a metal spear to kill the enemy in the movies would never appear in reality, because the moment of impact was enough to break the hardest bone in the human body into 2 pieces, not to mention how to pull the spear out of the enemy's flesh. The spear was a one-time consumable used to tear the enemy's dense formation. It was the first time Andre heard that a spear could be used as a weapon to assassinate a mage. Chapter 686. Although he didn't quite understand why the succubus would choose such an earth-shattering weapon, Andre still used a magic trick to make a mold for the spear. When the solution reached the perfect state, he poured the metal solution in the pot into it. Chi, chi, accompanied by an ear-piercing sound. Large amounts of black smoke kept coming out. In just a few seconds, a weak anti-magic field was formed in the air. Feeling the faint repulsion around his body, Andre knew that the magic-piercing spear had been successfully forged. The next step was to wait for the mithril mixed with the demon's blood to cool down before carrying out the last step of enchantment. Of course, time was precious, and he naturally wouldn't just sit there and wait. Instead, he got up and took the thick demon's arm out of the pool, threw it on the empty test bench next to him, and carefully injected the troll's blood into it. When Carmen saw this, she immediately retreated to a corner and shouted in horror, "Bastard! You King lunatic! How dare you inject the troll's regenerative ability into Afram's arm without any protection? Do you know how dangerous this is?" However, she did have a reason to be afraid because the troll's regenerative ability was well known throughout Orwire. The number of species that could compete with them in this aspect could be counted on one hand. According to the records and books, if you cut a troll in half, the cells hidden in the troll's body would quickly adjust and turn into 2 small trolls in a very short time. If you cut it into 3, it would be 3. There were also rumors that an adventurer had accidentally eaten a piece of cooked troll meat, and a few hours later, that piece of meat turned into a small troll and ate him alive from the inside. The troll's regenerative ability was so terrifying that if it weren't for the 2 weaknesses of fire and strong acid, the entire world would have been taken over by them. Since the troll had such a terrifying regenerative ability, what would happen if a certain part of another creature's body was injected with troll blood? The answer was simple. The cells in this part of the limb would be infected and mutated, eventually forming a miniature version without any intelligence. This clone could also restore its original size and appearance through eating. If Carmen wasn't lying, this arm would soon turn into a giant Glabrizu that was 5 to 6 meters tall and weighed over 2.5 tons. Staring at his rapidly changing arm, Andre shook his head with a smile. For a Glabriza demon, this name was full of literary flavor. Don't worry, it's just a shell without a soul. It won't pose any threat. I even suspect that it won't retain its basic biological instincts after recovering its physical body. Idiot! Fram was not an ordinary Glabrizu. He was a secondary feudal lord of the 23rd layer of the abyss. If he detected that his clone had appeared in the material plane, then his terrifying will would immediately descend upon this physical body. You, me, the entire island will be finished. Carmen, who was dominated by fear, finally couldn't help but reveal the secret hidden in his heart. There was no doubt that she was truly afraid this time. No one could remain calm after hearing the name of a secondary demon overlord, and few could stop such a powerful existence, even if it was only a projection of consciousness. Really? You're finally telling the truth. Remember, you owe me an explanation. Andre didn't show the slightest surprise. His eyes flashed with playfulness, and he quickly raised his arms. Borrowing the power of the wizard tower, he quickly cast a shielding spell, enveloping the entire room and completely isolating it from the outside world. After doing all this, the thick arm suddenly let out a hair-raising sound. The arm that was originally 2 meters long and 0.5 meter wide slowly turned into a monster with violet eyes, long horns on its head, and thick hooves on its lower limbs. It had 2 different pairs of arms. The outer 2 were very thick, and the 3 sharp claws at the end were like crab pincers. The surface of its skin was covered with thick scales that could easily crush a human's head. Near the red muscles on its chest, there was a pair of relatively thin arms, but they weren't covered by scales. In addition, The sharp fangs in its mouth were more terrifying than any known beast, as if it could bite an adult elephant to death in one bite. Obviously, this was the typical image of a Glabrezu, especially the strong, chaotic aura emitting from its body. It made people a little breathless. Looking at this mini Glabrezu that was less than a quarter of its normal size, Carmen's spirit almost collapsed. She curled up into a ball and hid in the corner, shivering. She didn't even dare to raise her head. Alfred, who was bathing the little succubus, directly went under the bed with the baby girl in an attempt to avoid the monster that suddenly appeared in front of him. In the huge room, only Andre stood motionless. It wasn't because he was brave, but he didn't find any focus in the pair of violet eyes. In other words, although this body had recovered, there was no consciousness or soul inside. In order to confirm his judgment, Andre took out the dagger that he always carried with him, took 2 steps forward, and carefully cut a deep wound in the fragile mouth of the Glabrezu. Black blood suddenly flowed out of the wound, but it seemed to have lost its corrosiveness due to the infection of the troll's blood, and it automatically healed in a few seconds as if it had never appeared. Seeing that the demon didn't make any movements to resist, a faint smile immediately appeared on his face. At the same time, he used his fingers to touch the scales that were comparable to a full body armor and muttered to himself, "Great! What a perfect flesh and blood puppet! The next thing to do is to feed it with a large amount of meat until it's normal size, then open a hole in its chest and replace the heart with the elemental energy core. Of course, in the end, I still need to grab a fire elemental soul and stuff it in so that the connection with the body will be completely cut off." Needless to say, Andre's idea was very crazy. His method of making was completely different from the traditional flesh puppet on Oreire. Although the troll's blood made the puppet vulnerable to fire and acid, it gave this big guy an unimaginable regeneration ability. In addition to the Glabrezu's terrifying body size and lethality, even if it didn't have a soul and couldn't use any spells, it was enough to destroy an unknowing army. Chapter 687. A scholar once said that those who could create miracles were always the craziest people. Only by releasing all the mental restraints could one do what others couldn't. The so-called creation was to think of what others didn't dare to think of and try what others didn't dare to try. That was all. Perhaps Andre wasn't particularly crazy for the time being, but he had a vision that was different from this world. He could think, observe, and practice from a different perspective. Don't underestimate this. Many powerful legendary mages, in order to find a new point of focus, constantly explored the endless universe and planes, trying to jump out of the fixed mindset. To some extent, this was Andre's biggest cheat. It was far more groundbreaking than the eyes that allowed him to instantly obtain skills from books and improve his profession level through killing and completing missions. After all, even without the help of the latter, he could still become an outstanding mage through continuous learning, and one day he would definitely be able to cross the threshold of the legendary realm. But if he lost the former, he would only be one of the millions of mages in this world, and he would never be able to touch the threshold of the legendary realm. Andre, who was making magic puppets for the first time, quickly fell into an unprecedented state of concentration. He didn't pay attention to the reactions of the other people in the room at all, and directly used the magic communication device to ask the apprentice outside to send in 5 pigs and a cow. Due to the fact that the mages would often conduct experiments on living creatures, there was a huge livestock fence at the bottom of the hidden mage tower. Not only were there all kinds of animals, but there were also many intelligent life forms, including humans themselves. Therefore, this requirement could be easily satisfied. But in order to avoid nightmares at night, the apprentice in charge of sending things didn't even have the courage to look inside the door. After sending things to the door, he hurriedly fled back to his job. There was no doubt that he made the right choice. These pigs and cows were just driven into the room and were brutally slaughtered. Their bodies were cut into countless small pieces and directly forced into the mouth of the Glabrezu. Although it didn't have any intelligence, the normal digestive system still digested the flesh and blood cleanly. Even the bones were decomposed by the terrible stomach acid and became nutrients to strengthen itself. After all the flesh and blood had entered its stomach, the Glabrezu, which was only a quarter of its original size, finally returned to a huge monster with a height of 6 meters and a weight of more than 3 tons. Fortunately, Uhtred's room was quite spacious, or else it wouldn't be able to accommodate it. Looking up at the ferocious monster in front of him, Andre's lips curled up slightly, revealing a chilling smile. He. That's right. This is the size I want. Big enough, thick enough, ugly enough. Even if it's chopped into meat, it can still recover. Next, I'll install an inexhaustible core and then inject a violent soul, and I believe that everyone who sees you will have a deep impression. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lunatic, you're a lunatic through and through. I really regret signing a magic contract with you. Sooner or later, you'll get us all killed. The huge flesh and blood puppet seemed to have evoked the fear hidden in the depths of Carmen's memories. She didn't stop cursing, as if she wanted to vent all the remaining emotions in her heart. Regarding this kind of verbal offense, Andre never really cared, and he even spread out his hands with a smile. No, my dear lady, you shouldn't complain, but should instead thank me. Think about it. A huge flesh and blood puppet with the appearance of a Glabrezu. How much of a shock would it bring to the enemy? A lot of times, as long as we take it out and show it, we can make many potential enemies tremble in fear, and thus eliminate any possible conflicts in the bud. You know, when I was very young, I really liked huge, brutal, and ugly monsters. I always dreamed of being able to control such a monster to destroy a village, a city, or even a country. Usually, childhood fantasies would disappear with age, but I was an exception. Not only did my fantasies not weaken, but they became even stronger. In my subconscious, there's a desire to destroy, a desire to kill, but this kind of impulse is suppressed by reason most of the time, so it doesn't show. Human nature is always complicated and contradictory. There are good parts and also evil parts. It's like the two sides of a coin. Even if there's only one side at a time, it's perfectly combined. Calm, and wise are the states I usually show the most, but that doesn't mean they're all of my personality. In my heart, there's never a lack of passion and madness, so you better get used to it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you accidentally anger me one day and I happen to not be able to maintain my rational state, then your situation will become very bad. Are you threatening me? Carmen stopped cursing at some point and asked carefully, with her eyes wide open. As a succubus born from the desires of mortals, she could feel the intense conflict and struggle in the young mage's emotions. Threatening? Andre shook his head lightly. No, I think it's more appropriate for you to understand it as advice. After saying that, he no longer cared about Carmen, who was in deep thought. He smashed the mold, picked up the cold spear, and used all his strength to pierce the flesh puppet's chest. Then, with lightning speed, he stuffed the elemental energy core that was the size of an adult's fist into the broken heart. After doing all this, he didn't bother to clean up the blood on his body. He directly used the power of the Mage Tower to locate the fire elemental plane. Then, with the fastest speed, he summoned a large burning fire elemental. Andre didn't even wait for the fire elemental to figure out where it was summoned. He directly used the power given by the fire elemental prince to tear its body apart, extract its soul, and stuffed it into the body of the Glabrezu. Through the fusion of elemental energy into the core, the soul of the fire elemental quickly took control of its new body. After a few seconds of adapting, It immediately began to wave its thick and strong arms, smashing all the bottles and jars beside the experiment table into pieces. "Stop! I order you to stop immediately!" Andre, who was almost hit, immediately gave his first order. The flesh puppet with the soul of the fire elemental obviously couldn't resist the control of the Flaming Duke. It instantly stopped all its movements, and at the same time, it spat out a sentence in the common language. "Yes, my master." Chapter 688. Automatons, as the name suggested, were animated objects and unnatural objects created by spellcasters. Since they were mostly made of hard materials such as stones and metals, they were often mistaken for robot monsters or stone monsters. However, the truth was that the materials used to construct the constructs were not limited to hard substances. With the incredible power of the arcane arts, anything could be made into constructs, including flesh, clay, ropes, water, flames, and even air. Among them, the most powerful creation had incredible magic resistance, which was why it was also known as the magic statue. Generally speaking, they did not have the ability to think independently and were completely driven by the power of magic. They could understand simple commands and attack the enemy according to the several sets of programs set by the creator in advance, just like the non-intelligent robots in many movies. There was no doubt that Andre did not use the above methods to create the flesh automaton. To be exact, he did not know whether the thing he created could be called an automaton. First of all, the torso was not molded with any magic, nor was it added with any magic resistance. It was completely the cells on the arm that adjusted and divided on their own. There were no traces of human intervention at all, not to mention the word creation. To some extent, except for the fact that the huge demon in front of him did not have a soul, everything else was very normal. It should belong to the category of a vegetable or brain dead. Secondly, generally speaking, when spellcasters created automatons, they usually chose the relatively calm earth element or wind element, but in order to reduce the enchantment procedures and save time, Andre used the violent fire element. After all, he was the Flaming Duke and had natural control over the fire element. But in this way, the will of the fire element itself was not restricted in any way, which meant that the flesh automaton also had the ability to think independently. Although the elements themselves were very simple and could even be said to be dull, independence was independence, even if they themselves were not aware of it. Finally, Andre did not have the supreme rights of an ordinary creator to this flesh automaton. He relied on his identity as the Flaming Duke, which meant that if the Prince of Fire Element, Isoldezer, withdrew this power, he would immediately lose control of the automaton. Of course, the probability of this happening was negligible. At least, he did not have to worry too much about it for a few years. The reason why Andre had created such a freak was to fight against the 2 clay golems in Gerald Jenkinson's hands. After using it, he could do whatever he wanted with it. Feeling the immense power of the puppet, the corners of his mouth curled up. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a series of violent knocks on the door behind him. "Who?" Andre subconsciously clenched his fists and asked in a low voice. Soon, a deep voice came through the door. "Master Uhtred. Master just returned. He asked me to ask if you are free tonight. He wants to have dinner with you to discuss the recent situation in the city." Dinner? Andre was taken aback because he could tell that the guy standing outside the door was not human at all, but one of Gerald's golems. "Yes, at 7:30 tonight. He will be waiting for your arrival in the central control room." The golem replied in a low, muffled voice without any emotion. Obviously, Andre could not refuse this invitation. After thinking for a few seconds, he immediately replied, "Please help me inform your master that I will be there on time at 7:30 tonight." "Understood. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation. Goodbye." With that, There was a slight tremor in the corridor. There was no need to ask to know that the golem must have left. As soon as the golem left, Carmen asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you want to do it tonight? There are at most 4 hours before 7:30. Are you planning to take this big guy directly to the banquet?" Andre glanced at the succubus behind him and smiled meaningfully. "Ha! No, there is no need for that. The distance between this room and the central control room is definitely not more than 100 meters. In other words, a simple teleportation spell can solve all the problems. You and the puppet will stay here. If you need to do it, I will send you a signal in advance." Carmen felt that this plan was a bit risky. He frowned and reminded, "Teleportation? Are you sure? You should know that the other party is the master of this mage tower. He can turn off all the teleportation spells in the tower at any time." Although your concern is very reasonable, logically speaking, Gerald will not turn off the teleportation function of the mage tower easily because it will cause unnecessary panic. With his cautious character, the probability of such a situation happening is not more than 5%. In other words, excluding all the unfavorable factors, the success rate of our action is far more than 50%. For an assassination, such a success rate is very high. It is worth the risk. There is only a fine line between recklessness and bravery. What we need to do is to find a balance between the two. I think 50% is a good balance. What do you think? As a social elite from Earth, Andre never lacked courage, nor did he lack decisiveness at critical moments. Once he thought that a plan had a high chance of success, he would not hesitate to carry it out. Carmen's character was just the opposite. The nature of a demon made her cunning and changeable. She rarely had the so-called persistence. Things like loyalty and moral integrity were even more like described in a black humor. They were bones without any meat and had been fed to dogs long ago. Seeing that she could not stop Andre's risky behavior, Carmen could only helplessly shrug her shoulders. "Well, since you insist, then finish the last step of the spear as soon as possible. I will help you get through this difficult time. But there is one condition. After it is done, Gerald's soul must belong to me." "Deal. I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Andre agreed to the succubus's condition without hesitation. Anyway, he was not one of those paladins who pursued justice and kindness, nor was he a follower of any god. As long as he could achieve his goal, he did not care what would happen to the enemy's soul. It would not be a problem even if it was made into one of the currencies of the lower plane, the soul crystal pillar. "Ha! Pleasant cooperation." Carmen smiled and licked her seductive red lips. Her eyes were shining with a terrifying evil light, as if she could not wait to taste the soul of a level 12 mage. Chapter 689. The human brain's perception of time was irrational. Usually, the more information one received per unit of time, the slower time would pass. The less information one received per unit of time, the faster time would pass. That was why people often said that busy time always passed quickly. During the busy time, people would always repeat one or several things and would not receive any new information at all. For the entire afternoon, Andre first attached the pure negative energy left behind by the Spirit King onto the surface of the spear in the form of engraving, completing the final enchantment of the weapon. Then, he engraved a one-time short-distance teleportation circle in the stomach of the huge flesh puppet. Just when he wanted to test the accuracy of the teleportation, Carmen, who had been standing at the side without saying a word, suddenly reminded him, "It's already 7:10. You'd better stop what you're doing immediately and clean up the bloodstains and stains on your body. Get ready for the banquet." "What? Damn it! I haven't had the time to make a positioning and communication device." Andre raised his head and looked at the automatic hourglass hanging on the wall. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Arare's method of time was almost the same as the one on Earth. There were 24 hours in a day and 365 days in a year. The only difference was that there were no clocks or watches in this world. Instead, they used corona, hourglass, and water clocks. Obviously, 20 minutes was not enough for him to make two magical items at the same time, even if the two magical items were as simple as they could be. It could even be said that there was no technical requirement. Don't worry, I've already made these two gadgets for you. Carmen pointed at the two gemstone buttons on the table. The red one is for positioning. You just have to wear it on your body. The blue one is for communication. If you need to use it, you just have to repeatedly rub the surface of the gemstone 3 times, and I'll receive the signal here. Andre was stunned for a moment. He quickly picked up the button and checked it. Immediately, he curled his lips in disdain. What a crude craftsmanship. 2 good gemstones have been wasted by you just like that. Oomph. You're still being picky at this time. It's already good that you're still useful. Carmen rolled his eyes. Succubi were never a race that excelled in learning and patience. Even if they had free time, they would spend it on enjoying sex or plotting in the dark. Their innate magic basically relied on stimulating the power of their bloodline. Therefore, most of the strongest individuals among them had chosen the profession of warlock. Unfortunately, Carmen had yet to become a warlock. Otherwise, with her strength and knowledge, she would have become an elite succubus. Andre was too lazy to argue with an idiot in alchemy about the magic appearance of materials and magic capacity. He directly took off the clothes he had stolen from the smuggler's villa and began to rummage through Uhtred's wardrobe. After a short while, he changed into a dark black velvet robe. Without any hesitation, he removed the original button on the collar and replaced it with a ruby button. As for the other sapphire button, he fixed it on the inside of the wide sleeves of the robe. After doing all this, he tidied up his hair and beard. Afterwards, he turned around and asked, "How do I look?" Carmen sized him up and lightly nodded. "Not bad. Basically, you don't look any different from Uhtred. But you have to take note that Uhtred is left-handed. When he walks, he has a habit of walking with his left foot first. When he eats, he holds a knife in his left hand. Don't make any mistakes in this area. Also, your eyes are too sharp. It's best not to look at him directly. Gerald Jenkinson is a very cautious guy. Once you make him vigilant, then the difficulty and danger of our assassination will double. Don't worry. I'm a natural impersonator. Moreover, whether or not I make a move depends on the outcome of the negotiation. From a rational point of view, I'm actually more inclined to resolve our differences through cooperation. After saying that, Andre carefully took off the ring of the shifting beast on his hand, the secondary health amulet on his neck, and other magic items, so as to prevent these subtle flaws from being exposed. After repeatedly confirming that there were no problems, he took a deep breath. He directly pushed open the door and entered the passageway. Along the way, he constantly forced himself to become cold and serious. When he arrived at the entrance of the central control room, he had already adjusted himself to look exactly like the real Uhtred. "Welcome. Master has already prepared a sumptuous banquet. Please come in." The golem guarding the door bowed in a very human-like manner. It raised its arm and pushed open the heavy and thick door. Andre completely ignored the golem. He didn't even say a word of thanks. He stepped into the most central room of this secret mage tower. Indifference and disregard was Uhtred's attitude towards magic creations. As soon as he walked into the room that was emitting a strong white light, he saw a sorcerer who was about 50 years old. He was wearing a green silk robe and had long platinum hair. The sorcerer opened his arms and greeted with a laugh, Ha ha! My dear friend, you've finally come. Please take a seat. You should know that I specially asked the cook to prepare your favorite squid tonight. Without a doubt, this guy was Gerald Jenkinson, a level 12 defense mage. He was also the actual controller of this mage tower. Just from the number of accessories he was wearing, it was enough to give most people a headache. Amulets, rings, earrings, nose studs, anklets, and even the headband on his hair were inlaid with several gems. There was no need to ask to know that they were magic items. Gerald was completely following the records in the book, wearing as many magic items as he could, especially the strange bracelet with 2 clay dolls hanging on his wrist. It was definitely a product left behind by the ancient magic civilization. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to shrink 2 huge clay golems and carry them around. A strong opponent, Andre silently defined in his heart. At the same time, he squeezed out a smile on his face. He put one hand on his chest and bowed. Thank you for your hospitality. Then I won't be polite. Of course, please treat it like you're in your own room. Let us fill our stomachs first, and then we can talk about other issues. You should know that tasting delicious food is a very enjoyable thing. I won't talk about those annoying things when I'm enjoying it. After saying that, Gerald immediately clapped his hands. Soon, 6 young girls dressed in light gauze walked out of a mirror with food that emitted a tempting aroma. They respectfully placed the plates on the table that had been prepared in advance. They had obviously been professionally trained. Whether it was their steps, posture, or the smiles on their faces, they were full of beauty, coupled with the soothing harp playing. It gave people the illusion that they were in a dream. Chapter 690. After taking a seat, Andre listened to the melodious music while admiring the graceful movements of the girls as they served the dishes. He smiled and said to Gerald, I didn't expect you to enjoy yourself so much. May I take the liberty to ask where these girls came from? Valen City can't train them to this level. Hee, your eyes are still as sharp as before. That's right. These girls were carefully selected from the crowd that the pirates plundered. Every one of them is a pure virgin from a famous noble family. They were sent to the Pearl of the Desert, Kamla, when they were 12 years old to receive perfect training. It took them a whole 4 years to reach the level where their every movement is full of beauty. But it's a pity that this beauty can only be maintained for a very short time. Once they start to age, even their most graceful movements can't hide the wrinkles on their skin. Perhaps it's just like what the Druids say. There are beautiful things in nature, but the longer they last, the shorter they are. Fortunately, we are all arcane magic users and can remove the parts that are no longer beautiful. Isn't that right? Gerald was like an artist, showing off his collection in a low-key manner. At the same time, he raised his cup and took a sip of mint tea. It was obvious that he was a mage who strictly abided by the rule of not drinking alcoholic beverages. He was so cautious that it was almost insane. It was as if he was wrapped in an invisible shell, and anyone who wanted to kill him would have to pry open this shell first. However, Andre had already prepared a can opener, so he nodded calmly and said, Yes, just like what a scholar once said, every mage is born to be a noble, but a noble born to be a mage doesn't necessarily have the potential to become a mage. We are born to be in a superior position, representing one of the most powerful forces in the world. We are completely capable of satisfying all our senses. But in my opinion, sensual enjoyment is far from the excitement and anticipation that comes from exploring magic, especially when you are about to step into the ranks of a great mage. How can you still be addicted to this? Gerald put down the cup in his hand and didn't immediately respond. Instead, he let a young girl tie a white napkin around him and smiled meaningfully. No, my dear Uhtred, you are too serious, too rigid, and too focused on magic research. You must know that we are first and foremost a human and then a mage. Is there a problem with enjoying life? Of course not. Well, I invited you to dinner today, not to debate with you about the philosophy of dealing with people, and certainly not to discuss my style of living. Let's enjoy the beautiful music together and taste the delicacies that melt the tip of our tongues. We can talk about the rest after dinner. After saying that, he used his fork to pick up a piece of delicious and juicy fish steak, and then began to eat silently. Seeing that Gerald firmly grasped the initiative and refused to give him any chance, Andre could only sneer inwardly. He picked up the grilled squid in front of him and chewed slowly. In fact, he had only drunk a bowl of meat soup since the morning, and his stomach was already rumbling with hunger. However, for the sake of the upcoming battle, he still resisted the physiological desire and maintained an elegant eating posture to prevent the adverse effects of eating too much. In the process of eating, neither of them said a word, not even making eye contact. After a full 20 minutes, Gerald put down the knife and fork in satisfaction, wiped the sauce on his mouth with a napkin, and threw it aside. It's really an intoxicating taste, isn't it? I hope that today's dishes can satisfy you. You must know that I have spent a lot of effort in this aspect. It would be a pity if the guest is not satisfied. Of course, I am very satisfied. Thank you again for your invitation. Andre also put down the knife and fork and pretended to be satisfied. He had begun to get a little tired of this endless greeting and probing, and wanted to get to the point as soon as possible. Gerald seemed to have noticed something, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He immediately raised his arm and waved his hand. The surrounding girls who served attentively bowed and retreated. Even the magic harp stopped playing automatically. Only 2 people and a table of leftovers were left in the big room. Watching the last girl disappear into the huge mirror, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Gerald's face. Then, without any warning, he muttered to himself, "No, you are not Uhtred. Although you look very similar, there are still many subtle differences between you two. I was almost fooled." Hearing this sentence, Andre had goosebumps all over his body in an instant. He forced himself to be calm and retorted, "Why do you have this kind of illusion? I am me. Where is the difference?" No. It's useless to be stubborn. First of all, you are used to cutting things horizontally when eating, but the real Uhtred cuts things vertically. Second, although you noticed that Uhtred is left-handed, you ignored this at the moment when you put down the cutlery and put down the fork in your right hand first. Lastly, and also the part that first aroused my suspicions, I've seen Uhtred wear this mage robe before, but the opening at the collar wasn't made of a ruby. Can you explain why this opening is emitting a faint magical aura? In order to confirm this, I deliberately said that you like eating squid the most, but you didn't refute. You even ate a lot of it. You should know that Uhtred would never touch ingredients like squid. At this moment, Gerald finally showed the terrifying power hidden behind the smiling face, and his amazing insight. Monster. A veritable monster. Andre now finally understood why Uhtred had infiltrated the Mage Tower for so many years, but he didn't dare to make a move. There was no other reason. It was this guy in front of him who didn't have the slightest flaw that firmly suppressed all the unstable factors. In front of him, all the plots and machinations would become useless, and even the slightest flaw would become very fatal. What was even more frightening was that he still had incomparable patience. He had noticed the problem from the beginning, and he endured it and used the 20 minutes of eating to repeatedly observe until he finally confirmed it. At this point, Andre understood that there was no need to continue pretending. He shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. Wonderful observation and analysis. I didn't expect that after preparing so much, it still fell short of success. If I didn't guess wrong, you should have been blessing yourself with secret vision, right? Chapter 691. That's right. Your judgment is very accurate. In order to reduce the possible troubles, I must ensure that I am in an absolutely safe state. A pair of eyes that can see the magic items clearly can help me eliminate the danger in the bud. Don't be too depressed. You've done very well. If it weren't for that gem, I'm afraid I wouldn't have noticed these details. Gerald behaved like a mellow elder, guiding the conversation in an orderly and good manner. He didn't seem to be worried that Andre would suddenly attack him. He sat on the chair and talked with assurance. Of course, as a level 12 defensive mage who wore at least 7 magic items, Gerald had enough capital to ensure that he would not be hurt in any way. Moreover, he was the owner of this mage tower, so he could draw energy to form spells according to his needs at any time. Andre obviously knew this, so he didn't act rashly. He just touched the sapphire fixed in his cuff with his little finger, and then deliberately shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look. I don't need your comfort. A loss is a loss. There's nothing to explain. Tell me, what are you going to do with me? No. I don't want to do anything to you at all. On the contrary, I want to have a good talk with you. But before that, you have to answer a few questions of mine. First, who are you? Or rather, which side do you represent? What's your purpose in sneaking into the mage tower? Second, where did Uhtred go? Since you dare to appear here openly, it means that you are certainly not afraid of being discovered. I need to know whether he is alive or dead. Thirdly, were you the one who killed Isidore last night? It had to be said that Gerald's reasoning was very clear, and the 3 questions were closely linked. If Andre answered according to the requirements, then Gerald would be able to get a lot of useful information from them. At this moment, he finally understood why there was a saying in this world, the only enemy of mages is themselves. Compared with most ignorant, ordinary people, the IQ of mages was simply incredible. To be exact, they had surpassed the limits of the era and the development of productivity. They had evolved into a group of extremely special individuals. This kind of evolution was illogical. It was like during the Dark Middle Ages in Europe. A small group of people suddenly invented planes, cannons, and even rockets and began to explore space and the universe. According to the truth that no knowledge or theory was born out of thin air, the existence and development of all things needed a foundation. The foundation of the modern industrial revolution on Earth was mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The invention and application of the steam engine and electricity were included in it. However, such a strange scene happened in Orire. More than 70% of people had difficulty counting from 1 to 100, let alone learning to read. But mages were comparable to the most outstanding scientists, scholars, and politicians of the 21st century. Not only could they freely come and go in various planes with the power of Arcana, but they could also create artificial black holes, suns, and even life. It was as if they did not need any support at all, nor did they need any helpers. They could easily create miracles just by relying on the power of magic. Faced with such a combination of lunatics and perverts, how could a normal person have any room to resist? While the nobles of the nobles of the nobles, the nobles of the nobles of the world, to the nobles of the nobles of the world. While the kings of the world were celebrating the expansion of their territory, they had no idea that the mages had swallowed more than half of the huge amount of war dividends. As for the merchants, in order to get the items, scrolls, and potions made by the mages, they often did not hesitate to invest in them. Sometimes they would even take the initiative to help the mages solve all their problems. This was an all-round crush from the spirit to the body, and then to the material world. If the gods had not joined forces to destroy the ancient magic civilization, the mages would have undoubtedly ruled the entire material world. Looking at Gerald sitting opposite him, Andre narrowed his eyes and began to hesitate whether to attack directly or to negotiate according to the original plan. Because Gerald was now vigilant, he was not very sure whether the assassination would work. After all, a prepared mage and an unprepared mage were two completely different concepts. Gerald seemed to have noticed something. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a white light visible to the naked eye fell from the sky and heavily wrapped Andre. The pure magic energy dispelled the effect of the transformation spell. In just a few seconds, he lost the appearance of Uhtred and changed back to his original appearance. Wow, you are surprisingly young. It seems that you are the young mage who killed Isidore last night. Can you tell me where Angus went? Gerald asked in a playful tone, stroking the beard on his chin. Andre's face turned pale. He never thought that Gerald would play such a trick without warning and directly force him into a dead end. There was no doubt that Gerald had just used the power of the Wizard Tower to dispel the transformation spell, and he had confirmed a lot of things through his figure and appearance. At present, Andre only had two choices. He could either launch an assassination to reverse the unfavorable situation in one fell swoop, or he could continue the negotiation at the risk of exposing his plan. Either way, it was not good. Just when he was about to say something, a short and hurried noise suddenly sounded in the Wizard Tower. Then the golem guarding outside the door said, "Master, a strong magic wave has been detected in the lower city. Judging from the energy intensity, it is at least a level 3 spell. Do you want to send someone to the site of the incident? A level 3 spell." Gerald was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and stared at Andre with sharp eyes, as if he wanted to find something from his eyes. But unfortunately, the two looked at each other for a full minute and did not find any suspicious behavior. Perhaps because of the interference, Gerald did not notice that Andre had quietly put on the ring of the shifting beast. At the same time, he gently touched the gem hidden inside the cuff. Including this time, it was the third time that he had touched the gem used to send signals. The succubus in the other room immediately received the signal. She stuck out her pink tongue and licked the spear in her hand. She muttered to herself, "Great! I can't wait to taste the soul of a level 12 mage. I believe it must be very delicious." Chapter 692. Before little Alfred could figure out what was going on, the silver rune lines on the chest of the giant flesh puppet suddenly lit up. In just a few seconds, the huge figure began to become more and more blurred, and Carmen, who was standing behind it, also dissipated into the air little by little. Oh, my God! Is this also the power of magic? It can make such a big monster disappear, without a trace. Although the boy's understanding of the world had been greatly impacted since he met Andre for the first time yesterday, the scene just now still made him a little unable to believe his eyes. The little succubus seemed to be affected by the magic energy. She burst into tears, and her delicate limbs desperately tore the clothes wrapped around her body. Damn it! Could it be that he was hungry? "I don't have any milk for you now." Alfred, who came back to his senses, hurriedly picked up the little girl and coaxed her. He did not notice that the little succubus's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible playfulness and cunning. At the same time, in the central control room of the Mage Tower, Gerald was trying to use prophecy magic to show the image of the scene of the incident in the mirror. However, he failed several times. The opponent obviously interfered with the accuracy of the spell, and only a white mist appeared in the mirror. Don't waste your energy. Unless you specialize in divination or use an even more advanced Arcane technique, you won't be able to do anything even if you try 100 more times, Andre mocked with a cold smile. Obviously, he was deliberately attracting the opponent's attention to make the final preparations for the upcoming assassination. "You're the one behind the whole thing, aren't you?" Gerald narrowed his eyes, and his tone was full of probing and suspicion. He knew very well that this secret mage tower was very simple and did not have any anti-interference ability. If he wanted to know the truth, there was no other way except to go to the scene of the incident. However, going to the scene of the incident required him to bear the corresponding risks. As a cautious mage, he would not take the risk unless he was clear about the situation, especially since an expert in battle like Isidore had died an unnatural death last night. Anyone with a brain would subconsciously be on high alert. Andre could already feel the slight vibration caused by the teleportation magic in the air. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he took out 2 magic books from his waist bag and threw them on the table. I think you should recognize them, right? Isidore and Uhtred's magic books. After seeing the 2 completely different patterns on the pages, Gerald's pupils shrank instantly, and his eyes were full of horror. Although he had already guessed the truth of the matter, when the evidence was in front of him, he could not help but exclaim loudly. Someone said that a dagger represented a mage's last dignity, while a magic book represented a mage's everything. If a mage's spellbook appeared in another person's hands, then there was only one explanation, and that was that the mage had been killed. Otherwise, as long as he was still breathing, he would not allow anyone to touch his spellbook, because that meant that he would allow others to pry into his inner world. That's right. I killed them, just as you speculated. Now, let me explain to you why I killed them. Finding that all of Gerald's attention was attracted, Andre's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible playfulness, and then he tapped Uhtred's magic book with his finger. The reason why this guy died was because he tried to infringe on the power that should have belonged to me. Think about it. If in this mage tower someone played tricks and tried to replace your position, what would you do? So he died, killed by my own hands. So, you are the leader of the huge intelligence network behind Uhtred? Gerald immediately asked. He was very smart and instantly interpreted the subtext in Gerald's words. Andre neither admitted nor denied it. He just smiled and tapped another book with his finger and continued to say, the reason why this guy died was because he was looking for death. If he didn't appear in the wrong place at the wrong time and take the wrong hostile action, I wouldn't have had to kill him. In my opinion, there is no love without reason in this world, and there is no hatred without reason. There must be sufficient reason for a person to kill another person, whether it is for survival or for benefits, or to vent the suppressed emotions in one's heart. I loathe meaningless killing, and I loathe a society that lacks order even more. The Sardinia Islands have been in chaos under the rule of pirates for too long. It is like a greedy leech greedily lying on the blood vessels of many cities in the south, but it can't create any value. This situation must be changed, and the change must start from purging the original vested interests. So I personally pushed the entire Valen city into the abyss, intending to use blood and fire to cast a new order. To some extent, there is no direct conflict between you and me. I disguised myself as Uhtred this time, mainly to ask if you are willing to change partners. After the matter is done, not only will I guarantee all the rights that the Mage Tower currently has, but I will also make it more perfect and reasonable. After hearing these words, Gerald fell into a short silence. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him would actually speak of his plan so openly and even take the initiative to invite him. Admittedly, as a mage, he didn't have any favorable impression of the pirates, and the cooperation between the two sides was only to make use of each other. But after cooperating for so long, they already had a very strong tacit understanding, and he wasn't very willing to take the risk of changing partners. After all, it was much easier to make a group of idiots act according to their wishes than to make a smart person act according to their wishes. After considering it over and over again, Gerald raised his head, his two deep blue eyes releasing a faint light like gems. After half a minute, he shook his head lightly. "I'm very sorry, I can't give you a definite answer. and I can't let you continue to return to the city and stir up a reign of terror. But out of respect for an outstanding mage, if you are willing to give up resistance, I can guarantee your safety." "Is that so? That's really regrettable. I'm also very sorry, because what's going to happen next can be called a disaster for both you and me." After saying this, Andre slowly stood up, his whole body starting to surge with violent energy. Chapter 693. I sincerely advise you to give up resistance because it's meaningless. The Mage Tower is the home, sanctuary, research center, and fortress of mages. The energy it stores is enough to put any legendary mage to shame. Although I'm not the builder of this Mage Tower, I have the highest authority. You have no chance of winning at all. Gerald didn't care about Andre's hostile behavior. Instead, he began to persuade him to surrender very seriously. In his view, the young man in front of him was a typical example of an ignorant person. If it weren't for the fact that he was a little afraid of the huge power vaguely shown by the Shadow Net, he would have already taken him down and imprisoned him in the anti-magic dungeon. Andre was laughing, and it was a very strange laugh. That was because he had already seen a huge and blurry image appear behind the Mage Tower. Just as he had expected, the teleportation magic in the Mage Tower was not sealed. In a few seconds at most, the big gift that he had carefully prepared would arrive on time. Just when Gerald was about to take warning measures, he suddenly felt a violent spatial vibration. Before he had time to look back, the whole room began to shake violently. Then a giant flesh puppet with the appearance of a glyph demon fell from the sky and smashed a big hole in the ground. Horror! As this shocking scene appeared in the central control room of the Mage Tower, Gerald could no longer maintain his original demeanor and calmness. His eyes showed unconcealable fear. As an advanced mage, he recognized the appearance of the glyph demon at a glance and knew how terrible the destructive power of such a great demon was. Without saying a word, he drew energy and tried to expel it from the material world. But unfortunately, after a dazzling arcane light flashed, the huge glyph demon still stood in place, showing no signs of being expelled. How is this possible? Seeing that the spell didn't work at all, Gerald immediately let out a cry of surprise with his mouth agape. Why is it impossible? For a mage, nothing in the world is impossible. Although I'm very sorry, I still have to inform you that in this drama that is about to enter the climax, you have to leave early. After that, he suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers without warning. In an instant, a dazzling white light shot out from his palm, making Gerald temporarily unable to see anything. Although he couldn't see anything with his eyes, he didn't sit still and wait for death. He quickly released 2 clay golems from the bracelet in front of him, and at the same time tried to activate the magic items on his body one by one to enhance his defense. Andre obviously wasn't going to let the enemy have their way. He cast Magic Missile in the shortest time possible, and the energy bullet that emitted a faint glow drew a beautiful arc in the air. At the same time, he shouted, "Attack!" Obviously, Gerald was very experienced in fighting. He could tell the type of the spell just by the first few words of the spell. Without any hesitation, he activated the level 6 spell Accident, which was set in advance. In the blink of an eye, a translucent spherical membrane enveloped him from head to toe. The 5 magic missiles crashed into it and disappeared without even a splash. There was no doubt that he used Accident to chain the level 4 spell, Inferior Spell Nullification Enchantment. The function of the former was to set conditions, such as being attacked by magic. Once the conditions were met, the chain of spells would be automatically released. The effect of Inferior Spell Nullification Enchantment was to prevent the effects of level 1 to level 3 spells, so the magic missiles naturally didn't have any effect. However, Andre didn't expect this kind of low-level spell to hurt Gerald. It was just to buy him some time. The real killing move was yet to come. After receiving the order to attack, the huge flesh and blood puppet dashed forward like a speeding tank. With a bang, it knocked the two clay golems away and wrestled with them, making them unable to stay close to protect Gerald. The sounds of the three gigantic creatures clashing against each other completely messed up their hearing. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy's vision had not recovered, Carmen, who had been waiting for a long time, raised his spear and charged forward, initiating the assassination that he had been planning for a long time. The tip of the spear, which was shining with silver-gray light, passed through the inferior spell nullification enchantment in the blink of an eye. At the moment when the spear was about to touch Gerald's skin, Gerald seemed to feel the danger and immediately activated the magic stored in one of the rings. The succubus was surprised to find that she seemed to be blocked by an invisible field and could no longer move forward. There was even a faint force that was pushing her back. Damn it! That's a level 6 spell, Repulsion. Quickly throw the weapon in your hand. Quick! Andre recognized the type and name of the spell at a glance and shouted anxiously. Although more and more arcane spells disappeared completely after the fall of the great magic civilization, and many of them were monopolized by spellcasters' organizations scattered all over the world, the records and descriptions about them didn't disappear. Repulsion, as the name suggested, was to make the opponent unable to get close to you. Few mages were willing to use it. After all, not letting others get close to you didn't mean that others couldn't attack you. As long as you threw the weapon in your hand, it could cause great damage to the caster. Carmen, who was reminded, threw the spear in his hand like a dart without hesitation. Under the huge inertia, the spear cut through the air like a thunderbolt falling from the sky. Even if Gerald couldn't see at this moment, he instinctively felt that death was approaching him. He knew very well that there was no time to activate the defensive magic now. He could only desperately turn his body sideways to reduce the cross-sectional area as much as possible, so as to reduce the probability of being hit. In a split second, the magic-piercing spear easily destroyed the repulsion and pierced into his body. Ah! Along with a blood-curdling scream, Gerald was lifted into the air by the great inertia and then fell to the ground fiercely. Blood immediately flowed out of his wounds. Due to his timely reaction, the spear pierced into the side of his body. It seemed that his intestines and one of his kidneys were also injured. If this was an ordinary weapon, then he probably wouldn't die. But unfortunately, this was not an ordinary spear. In less than a second after hitting the target, the terrifying negative energy quickly invaded Gerald's body. Gerald only felt that his body was getting colder and colder, and he was getting more and more out of control. At first, he could see a little outline with his eyes, but it immediately became dark again. Chapter 694. Andre stared at Gerald, who was twitching on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and whose face had turned black. It was hard to tell whether Gerald was dead or alive. Finally, Andre understood why in the books written by many sorcerers, every time they mentioned anti-magic weapons, they would curse the sorcerers who created anti-magic weapons, calling them traitors of the sorcerer's world. The reason was simple. The anti-magic weapons could directly break through many defensive spells and were too dangerous for the mages. If they were not careful, they would be killed directly without any chance to retaliate. Just look at this magic-piercing spear, which had yet to be named. This was the first time it was used in a battle, and it had already caused irreparable damage to a level 12 defensive mage. He could not even think properly now, or else he would have already activated the other magic items. A perfect assassination, isn't it? Carmen slightly moved her wrist, which was used too much force, and smiled while licking her seductive red lips. Her eyes were shining, and she couldn't wait to enjoy Gerald's soul. Perfect? Andre sneered and glanced at the succubus. No, this is far from perfect. To be more precise, this is a failed assassination. My identity was exposed from the moment we met. If not for the fact that we were sufficiently prepared in advance, and the opponent was too careless, the ones who would be dead now would be us. As someone who had experienced Gerald's power in person, he knew very well what kind of opponent Gerald was. Maybe if he had used a couple of prophecy spells in advance, the result would have been the opposite of what he expected. The most powerful thing about the mages was that they could divine and predict something that would happen in the future and find a way to defeat the enemy from a few vague fragments. In the eyes of the mages, there was no such thing as perfection. Even if there was no mistake in the plan, once it was detected in advance, it would immediately be full of loopholes. Unfortunately, maybe because Gerald was too conceited, he did not pay much attention to this dinner and did not perform any divination. Otherwise, he would definitely have foreseen the assassination in advance. Although Andre was not a perfectionist, he could not bear to leave his fate to luck or the enemy's mistakes. After this lesson, he decided to find some time to refine his spell book. At least, he had to supplement the prophecy spells. Every time he planned to carry out a plan in the future, he would take Gerald's current situation as a warning and never make the same mistake of underestimating the enemy. You're too serious. You have to know that this world is always full of all kinds of uncertain factors. According to the point of view of us demons, the entire universe is built on a foundation of chaos. You can't guarantee that there won't be any accidents, so the process is not important. What's important is the result. After saying that, Carmen shrugged indifferently, pounced on Gerald, opened his mouth, and gave him a kiss of death. In an instant, the kiss that was full of desire and hints was quickly transmitted to his brain through his nerves, completely destroying his last trace of consciousness. Even when he was seriously injured, his lower body was still erect, like a normal man who was being teased. As the last trace of life was sucked out of the body, the milky white soul began to slowly leave the body, floating in the air in the form of pure energy. The succubus did not give Gerald any time to react. She quickly took out the crystal column that she had prepared in advance and directly stuffed him into it without saying a word. Then, she used the unique spell of the demons to seal it. In just a few seconds, a soul crystal column that could be used in the lower city was completed. Looking at the struggling soul in the cylindrical crystal column that was 1 finger long and 2 fingers wide, the eyes of the succubus shot out a horrifying evil light. She stuck out her tongue and licked the soul greedily, and from time to time, a faint moan came out of her mouth. Her ugly behavior was simply outrageous. Andre could not stand it anymore. He immediately frowned and scolded. Enough! The battle is not over yet. I'll give you 3 minutes to figure out how to seize control of this wizard tower as soon as possible. He was very clear that killing Gerald was only the first half of the plan. The flesh puppet was still fighting with the 2 clay golems. Without a suitable weapon, it could not cause any effective damage to the golems at all. It could only barely stall for time. More importantly, there were at least 3 to 4 golems outside the central control room. If they accidentally discovered what was happening inside, then the defense mechanism of the entire wizard tower would be activated. At that time, they would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. No problem. I can give you a satisfactory answer in, at most, 1 minute. With that, Carmen stretched out his finger and gently tapped on the soul crystal column, followed by a pulling action. A part of Gerald's soul seemed to be pulled by some invisible force and was cruelly torn apart. He opened his mouth and desperately wanted to scream, wail, but he could not make any sound. Just by looking at his expression, one could tell that he was experiencing extreme pain at the moment. After doing all this, the succubus put the crystal column on her forehead and seemed to be communicating. After only half a minute, she turned her head and pointed to the waste bag on the corpse. There are 2 runestones inside. One of them is green and the other is blue. Insert the 2 runestones into the groove hidden behind the mural, and you can gain control. Remember, the green one is on the left, and the blue one is on the right. Without any hesitation, Andre tore off the blood-stained waste bag and quickly found 2 runestones the size of a baby's fist. There was only one mural in the control room, so he carefully groped around for a while and immediately found the mechanism hidden on the upper side of the frame. Accompanied by the sound of grinding gears, the core of the mage tower was finally exposed. According to the instructions given by Carmen, Andre quickly inserted the 2 runestones into the designated position. In an instant, the 2 runestones burst out with dazzling light beams, respectively shooting into his 2 eyes. All the mechanisms, traps, operating methods, weaknesses, secret doors, and even the control of the 4 golems of this hidden wizard tower were all instilled into his mind in a very short time. At the same time, a large amount of spell structure models and magic knowledge were instilled into his mind. Andre only felt like his brain was about to explode. The blood in his body flowed more than twice as fast. His heart was like a speeding engine, thumping nonstop. His nose, the corners of his eyes, mouth, and ears began to bleed uncontrollably. His whole person looked abnormally ferocious. Chapter 695. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What have you done, you lowly maggot? Such a horrifying and strange scene made Carmen furious. He cursed loudly at the soul in the crystal pillar and kept torturing Gerald with spells. No matter how Gerald tried to explain or beg, Carmen didn't stop at all. Although the succubus did not care about the life or death of others, according to the content of the magic contract, if something happened to Andre, she would not be able to continue to live freely in the material world. Demons were known for their capriciousness and madness. After they became angry, they became even more aggressive. In just a few minutes, they tore Gerald apart and reorganized him again. After repeating this several times, his soul began to show an indescribable distortion and sickness. Anyone with a little common sense would know that this was the precursor of depravity. Demons were not devils. They liked to use relatively gentle ways to lure mortals into depravity. They preferred to use direct and violent means. Any soul that fell into their hands, even if it was the purest paladin in life, would inevitably be depraved in the end. The only difference was the length of time. Obviously, Gerald was very smart, but he was not strong in terms of willpower. He would rather be depraved and become one of the demons than suffer terrible torture. Perhaps it was because of the weak nature of mortals that the demons were constantly replenished. Even if they were constantly killing each other, their numbers were still increasing. Whether it was their mortal enemies, the devils, or the heavenly creatures from the upper planes, they had no good way to deal with them. They could only try their best to trap them in the bottomless abyss. However, all this had nothing to do with Andre, because he could no longer perceive the existence of the outside world. He was deep in the spiritual world and could not extricate himself. The familiar room, the familiar furnishings, and the familiar smell. Everything seemed to return to the night of thunder and lightning 4 years ago. Although it had been so long, Andre still recognized his room at a glance. To be exact, it was his house on earth before he crossed over. He did not understand why he appeared here, nor did he understand what it meant. Suddenly, outside the window, a dazzling flash of lightning flashed, followed by the sound of thunder. The rumbling sound was endless, and the terrifying lightning storm tore apart the sky, carving its own traces on the ground. They were like dangerous and naughty children, recklessly destroying everything they touched. Cars, street lights, asphalt roads, and even skyscrapers. Everything was turned into ruins in just a few minutes. The civilization built by human wisdom was so fragile in the face of the supreme power of nature. It was a scene of doomsday. André stood in place, silently admiring the arrival of the catastrophe. He realized that there was no one on the streets. Not to mention the streets. Even the collapsed buildings didn't have anything alive. It was like a dead city. What the hell is going on? Why am I seeing this in the deepest part of my consciousness? Could it be that when I left Earth, I caused the destruction of an entire city? As he racked his brain to think of various possibilities, he tried to get his consciousness to leave and return to his body. But unfortunately, this room was like the sturdiest cage. No matter what method he used, there was no way to leave. The broken glass would be restored to its original state in just a second. When he opened the door and walked out, he would be back in the room in the blink of an eye. Everything seemed to have fallen into an infinite loop with no end. Just as André began to feel annoyed, a huge eye appeared in the sky outside the window. Before he could even react, the strange voice in the dream echoed in his mind again. Energy has been replenished to the minimum. Call my name. I am your guide. I am your assistant, or your eyes. I woke up from a deep sleep. Call my name. I will give you strength, wisdom, and knowledge. Shout it out loud. With the repetition, André's mind slowly became absent-minded. His eyes lost focus, and the memories hidden in the deepest part of his mind began to replay like a movie. Childhood, adolescence, youth, adulthood. The longer he watched, the more he found that his life seemed to be dominated by some unknown force. Every time he encountered danger or major setbacks, someone would immediately stand up to help him. Some of them even didn't consider their own safety at all. It was simply abnormal to the extreme. In the midst of his confusion, André seemed to understand something. He lowered his head to look at the tattoo on the back of his left hand and muttered to himself, "So it was you? You brought me into this world. You have been secretly helping me. Then what are you?" That's right. To be exact, I used the purest magic energy to give birth to you. As for my name, think about it carefully. I have engraved it in the depths of your memory since you were born. The big eye quickly expressed its thoughts clearly through the power of the mind. It seemed to be a little impatient, and its tone was full of urging. André nodded thoughtfully and closed his eyes to continue wandering in the sea of memories. He did not know how long had passed. Perhaps it was a second, perhaps it was a year. Anyway, in the world of the mind, time was meaningless. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes and opened his mouth to say a word, the Eye of Arcane. As the word blurted out, the whole spiritual world began to shake violently, especially the eye-shaped tattoo on his hand that was blooming with dazzling light. The big eye seemed to have heard the most beautiful sound in the world. It laughed and replied, "That's right, the Eye of Arcane. It is my name. Come on, hug me, hug the greatest masterpiece of the magic empire." After that, it instantly shot a purple light into André's left eye. The intense pain swept through his brain in less than a second. André could not help but let out a painful scream. Then, the spiritual world began to collapse rapidly. Everything was broken, showing a scene of intertwined emptiness and chaos. The next second, the tattoo on his left hand completely disappeared, and his consciousness was pulled back to his body by a powerful force. At the moment when his consciousness merged with his body, an indescribable force burst out from his left eye. The violent energy swept through the central control room in the form of a shock wave. The two clay golems that faithfully carried out the last order of their creator were directly disintegrated into countless tiny particles that floated quietly in the air, while the flesh golems next to them were unscathed. Chapter 696. Carmen didn't know what words to use to describe the horrifying scene in front of her. Golems were the most outstanding creations among the constructs. Each of them had unparalleled magic resistance, and the best of them could even resist a 9th-level spell head-on. The clay golems happened to be the one with the lowest resistance to force and the highest resistance to magic. But now they were directly disintegrated into fine particles by an unknown force. Even with the succubus's sensitivity to supernatural forces, she didn't feel anything unusual at all, as if the particles floating in the air were an illusion. She couldn't believe what would have happened if that shock wave had hit her. Perhaps she would have been disintegrated into small pieces like the clay golems. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. Terrifying, too terrifying. A chill quickly surged from the depths of her heart, and Carmen's body began to tremble uncontrollably. This was fear from the depths of her soul. Fear of the unknown. Fear of power. Fear of death. As the energy completely dissipated in the air, the 2 glowing runestones suddenly dimmed. Then, a large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the runestones. After a few seconds, the runestones exploded into dust and scattered in all directions. Andre, whose face was covered in blood, regained control of his body. He endured the pain and slowly climbed up from the ground. He could feel his brain was dizzy and swollen, and a large amount of information was forcibly instilled into him. At the same time, he had also become the supreme master of this wizard tower. With just a thought, he could immediately transfer the energy stored in the tower and form a spell structure according to his will. There was no doubt that the 2 runestones were not ordinary. They were not only the key to the highest control of the wizard tower, but also the storage of all the magic knowledge in the valve. Although he didn't know who the author was, one thing was certain, and that was that the level of the wizard was definitely not inferior to the Wizard Boris of the Wizard Association in Lincoln City. It was very likely that the material alone was an astronomical figure, and now it was all for Andre. Just as he was about to wipe away the blood that was blocking his vision, Carmen suddenly let out an ear-piercing scream. She stretched out a trembling finger and shouted, Your eyes." "My eyes?" Andre subconsciously turned his head and glanced at the mirror behind him. Oh, damn it! Everything that happened in the spiritual world just now was actually real. In the mirror, his left eye was no longer silver like his right eye. Instead, it was a beautiful violet. In the middle of his pupil, there were a few golden rings that kept spinning. They were of different sizes, and they seemed to be revealing some kind of mystery from the universe. The shocked Carmen obviously noticed this, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had received a huge mental blow. He muttered to himself in a daze, "Everything is connected. Everything is connected. Everything is a ring? What do you mean?" Seeing that the succubus was becoming more and more dispirited, as if she could die at any moment, Andre immediately approached her, grabbed her shoulders, and shook her vigorously. Hee, ha 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 ha. Everything is a ring. The truth of the entire multiverse. It was the form of the universe's existence. The endless planes existed in the gaps between the intersecting rings. You're a ring. I'm a ring. We're all rings. Carmen seemed to have gone mad. Not only was she spouting nonsense, but she was also dancing around. Her eyes had completely lost focus, and she did not even react when her most beloved soul crystal fell to the ground. Arcane, everything is a ring? Bastard, who can explain to me what the F***CK is going on? Andre, who had no idea what was going on, could no longer keep calm. He clenched his teeth and cursed. Everything had happened too quickly and too suddenly. He did not have any time to think. In addition, the forced infusion of knowledge had caused his head to feel dizzy, and he could not concentrate at all. However, before he could finish cursing, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly surged in the room. A few seconds later, a person in a blue cloak appeared in the room. He had a slender and thin body, and a face that was handsome enough to make any woman jealous. His long brown hair covered his pointy ears, and one could vaguely see the outline of his face. Obviously, this was none other than the half-elf mage, Orlando Watts, who had been hiding in the dark all this time to monitor everything. Andre was acutely aware of the astonishing magical energy in the person's body. He immediately took a few steps back and asked in a cautious tone, "Who are you? What do you want?" "There's no need to be so nervous. Relax, I'm not your enemy. As for my identity, I'm very sorry. It's not convenient for me to reveal it at the moment. I was attracted by that strange eye of yours. The energy it released just now was too shocking. It was like the purest primordial magic, full of infinite possibilities." As Orlando spoke, he carefully observed the spinning golden ring in his left eye. He really didn't dare to approach it rashly, because judging from the intensity of the energy detected just now, even if he was hit by the shock wave, it would be very difficult for him to survive. Although the half-elf did not show any hostility, Andre did not dare to relax. There was no need to say more about the terror of a quasi-legendary mage. Even the protection that was unintentionally formed around him was enough to make him feel suffocated. It was an absolute power that could not be resisted at all. But for some reason, he was not afraid. The two of them looked at each other like this for a full 5 minutes. Suddenly, a thoughtful expression appeared on Orlando's handsome face, and he said, "What an enchanting eye, although I'm not too sure why it appeared on your body, and I'm not sure what kind of power it contains. It does reveal the truth of the multiverse. Everything is a circle." "Can you explain what everything is a circle means?" Andre asked with a frown. The half-elf mage nodded with a smile. "Haha, of course. Just like the literal meaning, the world we live in, the various planes, and even the entire multiverse exist in the form of a circle. You can understand it as a membrane or a fence. A big ring encircles a small one, and there are smaller rings in the gaps between the rings. It isolates all the planes and does not interfere with each other. The more powerful an individual is, the more difficult it is to cross the fence. If us mages want to travel to other worlds, we have to first flatten ourselves and then cross the cracks in the fence. You'll slowly understand when you start to travel around." Chapter 697. Is this the meaning of everything is a cycle? It sounds interesting. Andre was suddenly enlightened, and there was a trace of yearning in his eyes. At the same time, he also understood that the universe in this world was completely different from Earth. To be exact, he had no concept of the so-called multiverse before this, and the descriptions in books were pitifully few. Usually it was just a sentence. "That's right, it's indeed very interesting, but I don't recommend that you explore this area too early, because it's too dangerous. Compared to the endless universe, humans are just too insignificant. Demons, devils, heavenly creatures, dragons, and other powerful species that are rarely seen on the Oleo continent are as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Of course, another reason is that if you don't have enough knowledge, once you accidentally pry into the mysteries of the universe, you will immediately become like that poor succubus." With that said, Orlando glanced at the crazy Carmen with pity. The so-called mysteries of the universe were not something that anyone could pry into and gain power from. Once one's knowledge exceeded one's own, one would immediately be overwhelmed by the terrifying scene and become a vegetable or a lunatic. Similar situations were recorded in many books. "You mean she will never be able to recover?" Andre frowned and asked. The half-elf archmage laughed and teased. "Why, do you still think she can return to normal? Perhaps for those demons who have been to the center of the multiverse, there is still a little hope. But unfortunately, Her spiritual world has completely collapsed, and even her soul has been contaminated. Perhaps death is the best ending for her. Otherwise, she will only continue to be crazy until the day of her death. Your eye is very dangerous, and it can even be said that it is very scary. Anyone who looks at it will definitely suffer a strong spiritual impact. If you can't understand that everything is a cycle, you will instantly become an idiot or a lunatic. So I sincerely suggest you to cover it up, unless you plan to kill everyone you see. Feeling the energy ring that was constantly released from his left eye to the outside world, Andre knew that the other party was not joking. He quickly took out the captain's eye patch and put it on. Then he carefully probed. "Who are you? Why do you know so much?" "All right, it seems like you won't be satisfied if I don't give you a hint. To put it simply, I'm the supervisor of this game. I'm here to ensure that no one disturbs you throughout the game. At the same time, I'm also your protector. My mentor has asked me to ensure your safety." Without figuring out what the eye was, Orlando did not want to create a potential enemy for himself because of a misunderstanding. Thus, he told a part of the truth, generously. As a great wizard who had traveled through countless planes, he knew very well that there were many dangerous and frightening things hidden in the world. Even the gods could meet with misfortune if they encountered them. He had to deal with everything before him carefully. Game. At the mention of this word, Andre immediately recalled the terrifying face of the Lich. He immediately raised his head and exclaimed, "You're its apprentice? You're Orlando Watts." He would never forget the words the Lich had said, especially the sentence, after the great calamity, "I only have 2 true apprentices." Coupled with the 2 pointy ears, it was not difficult to guess the identity of the Lich. "Ha ha, it's just as my mentor said. You're very smart and very sharp. You're a genius through and through. That's right, I'm Orlando Watts. Also, I have to remind you that when addressing my mentor, it's best to use he and not it. After all, when facing a powerful forerunner, we have to maintain our respect, don't we?" The half-elf laughed as she blinked her eyes playfully. Perhaps due to the influence of his elven bloodline, his personality had always been very casual and liked to enjoy life. He was not at all like some mages who were serious and rigid. Looking at this famous spellcaster from hundreds of years ago, Andre suddenly realized that the Lich seemed to value him greatly. At the same time, he thought of the scene that happened in the depths of his consciousness. It was as if some kind of prophecy or omen was about to happen to him. Gently stroking the black eye patch on his left eye, he took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "The Eye of Arcane. What exactly is the Eye of Arcane? The Eye of Arcane. Is that the name of your left eye? I'm sorry, I've never heard of it, but I can help you ask my mentor. I believe he'll give you a satisfactory answer." Although Orlando did not know what his mentor was planning, he dared to guarantee that the young mage in front of him was definitely a crucial part of it. It could even be said to be the most crucial core. In fact, he himself was very interested in the Eye of Arcane. If not for the fact that his mentor valued it, he might have directly snatched it over to study it. Andre did not know what the half-elf was thinking at the moment. Even if he knew, he could not do anything to him. He only nodded lightly. "Yes, the Eye of Arcane is its name. I hope to get an explanation as soon as possible, the sooner the better." "No problem. I promise I'll immediately return and report to my mentor about what happened to you. Oh, right, before I leave, I have to remind you of 2 things. First, it's best to get rid of that pitiful succubus. Her existence is very likely to expose your secret. Second, there's an ambitious guy in the city who intends to use a sacrificial ritual to summon the projection of a greater devil. You'd better be careful." Having said that, Orlando placed one hand on his chest and performed an elegant elven salute. Then, his entire body began to gradually turn transparent, disappearing without a trace after 2 seconds. After watching the half-elf great mage leave, Andre instantly heaved a sigh of relief and rubbed his still-swollen forehead. All of a sudden, he discovered that the tattoo on the back of his left hand had disappeared, and in its place was a sentence made up of unknown symbols. He did not know why, but he seemed to be able to understand the meaning of these symbols. Translated, it was, "The eye of future has awakened. When it merges with the eye of the past, the treasury of truth will be opened." This sentence was obviously not the entire sentence. There seemed to be another sentence behind it, but unfortunately, it was cut off here. The eye of future? The eye of the past? Could it be that the eye of Arcane is a pair, and not just one? As a mage with an intelligence of more than 20, Andre was immediately inspired and quickly thought of various possibilities. Chapter 698. After passing through the crack in the material world, Grand Mage Orlando appeared in a dark underground palace. He was surrounded by dilapidated statues and murals. The exquisite carvings on the stone slabs showed the exquisite craftsmanship of the craftsman, as well as the bustling scenes of the past. However, as a powerful legendary mage, he knew that this was just a facade used to drive away those disgusting goblins, kobolds, orcs, and gnolls. Even though there wasn't any light, he still managed to find the entrance mechanism in front of a huge stone statue that was covered in moss with his dark vision. Instantly, the eyes of the statue released 2 rays of red light, scanning him from top to bottom. Then it greeted him in a low voice. "Welcome, Master Orlando. Master is now in the reference room. If you want to see him, please wait for a moment." "Thank you. Please inform him as soon as possible. I have something important to report to him." Saying that, the half-elf mage put his right hand into the mouth of the statue. A second later, he was transported to a hall filled with strange stone statues. Looking at these lifelike stone statues with different expressions, he could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile and sigh. "Dear teacher, your collection is really rich. You've actually collected so many adventurers from various races. The number I've collected is less than 1/5 of yours. Without a doubt, these statues were not real statues, but living people imprisoned by the level 6 spell, petrification. As long as he cast a spell to remove the petrification, they would come back to life instantly. Other than being a little tired, they would be no different from before they were petrified. Of course, these fellows weren't anything good either. Some of them were daring adventurers who attempted to steal from the Lich's treasure vault. There were also some who were hired by the Church of the Gods or nobles to investigate what was hidden in this underground palace. However, in front of the old Lich, their pitiful strength couldn't even put up a fight. They were directly petrified and thrown here to be part of his collection. Perhaps one day the Lich was in a good mood and needed 2 people to run errands. Then they might be released and cast an enchantment spell on them, turning them into loyal servants. In the eyes of many powerful spellcasters, adventurers were toys that were responsible for making them happy. They could play with them however they wanted, and the etiquette and morals of the secular world had no binding effect on them. Just as Orlando was concentrating on admiring a human girl dressed as a ranger, the door leading deeper into the forest suddenly opened. The undying king, Absalom Blackburn, who was dressed in a gorgeous robe, slowly walked out. 2 cold lights flickered in his eyes, followed by a hoarse voice. "Speak. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry?" "Mentor, something happened to the young man you asked me to protect. I think it's necessary to explain it to you personally." Orlando hurriedly bowed, slightly, and replied, "Oh, what accident? Could it be that even you can't handle it?" The Lich's tone revealed a trace of scrutiny and reproach. Needless to say, he definitely thought that the half-elf was slacking off or trying to shirk responsibility. Orlando understood that his image in the eyes of his mentor was not very good, so he immediately shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, esteemed mentor, please listen to my explanation. The young man named Andre's left, I suddenly changed, especially the golden ring that kept spinning in his pupil. With a single glance, one could tell that it was the embodiment of the truth that everything in the universe is a ring. Furthermore, he even called that eye the Arcane eye. Now, I want to know what's going on with that eye. Could it be that you are conducting some dangerous experiment, or do you have some plan? After all, judging from the energy that burst out of that eye, even a legendary mage could die if hit by it. I don't want to be kept in the dark." His words were sonorous and forceful, and he did not allow the lich to refuse. Perhaps in the past, the half-elf would not have the courage to go head-to-head with his mentor who taught him magic, but now that he was half a step into the legendary realm, the changes brought by the power were affecting his consciousness, and he believed that he had the qualifications to do so. The undying king stared at Orlando expressionlessly. In fact, his skeleton without a trace of muscle could not even make any expression. After a full minute, he let out a creepy laugh. "Hee. It's not easy. I was still wondering when you would have the awareness of a legendary mage. Very good, very good. You've used a full 200 years to finally understand what unyielding dignity and bottom line is, and you dare to stand on the same level as me and talk to me. Remember, as a legendary mage, you don't have to fear anyone. Believe in the power of arcane magic. It can help you resist any form of danger. Since you have everything that a legendary mage should have, then there are some things that I don't have to hide from you. Before the catastrophe, there was a person in the Empire who predicted what would happen 100 years later, and his name was Emmanuel." At this point, the lich's tone suddenly became full of nostalgia, as if he was recalling the most glorious era of mages. After pausing for a few seconds, he began to speak again. "That's right, he was the greatest prophet in human history, the genius who made 100 accurate predictions. Even at that time when there were countless talented mages, he was still the brightest star in the sky, with his accurate prophecies again and again. He allowed the Empire to prepare in advance and survive calamity after calamity. But this last time, he found that no matter what he did, he could not avoid the arrival of destruction. The magic civilization that flourished for a time was bound to fall, and the world would welcome the rule of the gods. Emmanuel was terrified. He informed the council of the results he obtained, and it instantly caused a huge uproar. The legendary mages could not accept such a prophecy. Some thought that he was crazy, some thought that he should research methods to kill the gods, and some thought that hiding and waiting for an opportunity was the best choice. After intense discussions and quarrels, the council finally made 3 decisions. The first was to hide part of the knowledge and wealth in case of an emergency. The second was to order a portion of the legendary mages to start researching methods to kill the gods. It was they who created the first dagger that could kill the gods, which triggered the crazy revenge of the gods. The third point, and the most important one, was that a fellow called Fount had raised a peculiar point of view, which triggered the Empire's 2 ultimate plans, the Arcane Eye and the Crystal Prison. Chapter 700. The Wildest Council was the highest governing body of the ancient magic empire. Every member of the council had to be at least a legendary mage, and they had to have made outstanding contributions in some aspect. Then they had to be recommended by at least one of the council members. Only when the voting rate was more than 1/3, one could become a member. It was not only a symbol of identity, honor, and status, but it also controlled a huge amount of power and resources. Of course, since the catastrophe, this organization had been basically destroyed. More than 90% of the council members had died in the war with the gods, and only a few barely survived. According to Orlando's speculation, the reorganized Wildis Council was likely to have less than 10 members, but even so, it still had great value. After all, after the third Great Magic Recession, there were not many spellcasters in the world who could cross the threshold of legendary, let alone develop legendary spells. As the survivors of the ancient magic empire, these people must have the precious wealth left behind in their hands. Even if a little bit of it was revealed through their fingers, it was enough to make the current mages go crazy, including him. Without any hesitation, the half-elf directly put one hand on his chest and bowed elegantly. "It's my honor to be a member of the council." "Very good. Now tell me, how is the young man's condition? Has that eye of his fully awakened? Under what circumstances did he awaken it?" Seeing the unconcealable desire in his disciple's eyes, the undead king nodded slightly and immediately asked about Andre's recent situation. As one of the few people who knew about the power of the arcane eye, he knew very well how much energy was needed to awaken this thing. With Andre's current mage level, it was impossible for him to control it. He doesn't seem to be in any danger. His physiological functions are all normal, but there's no way to control the energy ring that is emitted from his left eye all the time. The situation at that time was very complicated. According to my speculation, it should be the 2 memory runestones made with the Elijah stone that accidentally triggered the arcane eye, followed by the resonance of the energy pool in the mage tower. In just a few seconds, more than 50% of the stored energy was depleted. I think this should be the reason for the awakening. As for the degree of awakening that you mentioned, I can't judge. I can only say that the energy impact that burst out at the moment of awakening was very terrifying. It directly disintegrated the 2 clay golems with strong magic resistance into tiny particles. But this kind of power is obviously uncontrollable. If he is allowed to wander around freely, it is only a matter of time before the gods discover him. In order to give his mentor a more intuitive impression, Orlando not only used words to describe it, but also pulled out the memory fragments in his mind to create an illusory image, just like a 3-dimensional movie. After looking at it, the undead king seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly muttered to himself, "Elaine Stone? No wonder. Mentor, do you mean that the Elijah stone caused all of this to happen?" Orlando was keenly aware of this, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. The Elaine stone, also known as the Ion stone, was a special gemstone first discovered by the legendary mages in the ancient magic empire. It floated above the wearer's head and could grant the wearer various abilities through enchantment. For example, it could increase strength, intelligence, dexterity, and other basic attributes. It could also allow wounds to heal automatically, form an invisible defensive field, absorb spells cast by enemies, or store spells that one didn't normally use. All in all, it was an epic-making invention, and it was not subject to any form of restriction, as long as the wearer's own spirit was strong enough to control it. But like most powerful magical minerals, the Elaine stone gradually dried up in the ore with the crazy mining of mages. Now, it was almost rarely seen, and even if there were, it was a defective product from some ancient ruins. Each stone was worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins. The half-elf completely didn't understand why the Elaine stone could be connected to the arcane eye. The undead king sighed softly and explained the arcane eye itself is refined from tens of thousands of the purest Elaine stones. It stores all the known magical knowledge and skills at that time, and is endowed with an independent mind and the power to create objects out of thin air. Any storage-type Elaine stone may have a chain reaction with it when it is activated, and the result is to be absorbed and fused. In addition to absorbing a large amount of energy from the mage tower, it is not surprising that it awakens in advance. This is a problem, a big problem that is not in the plan. That young man named Andre obviously doesn't have the ability to control the arcane So we must find a way to shield the energy ring it emits. Sorry, Mentor, I'm afraid I can't do that. Also, I'm curious. Why don't you try to invite him to join us? I believe that with the knowledge you have stored, there is absolutely no mage who can refuse this temptation. In this way, we can better protect him, and we can also close the distance so that he can be used by us in the future. Orlando held it in for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. He really couldn't understand why he had to make things so complicated. He could clearly use a simpler and more direct method to solve the problem. But he chose the most awkward one. Because the holder of the arcane, I must use his own eyes to observe, learn, and understand we can't interfere in any way. Otherwise, once he becomes a mage with the same way of thinking as us, then everything will be meaningless. Let's do it this way. Regarding the shielding energy ring, I will solve it through the council as soon as possible. You only need to empty all the temples in the Sardinia Islands. Remember, you must not expose yourself. We are not ready to fight the gods again, so make sure you do it cleanly. After saying that, the undead king raised his fleshless finger bone and touched the badge on his chest. His entire body seemed to be affected by a powerful gravitational force and was directly squeezed into pieces, slowly drilling into the cracks in the air and quickly disappearing without a trace. Without a doubt, this was an interdimensional teleportation spell. He had already left the material world and was heading towards the secret location of the Virtus Council. Perhaps it was a hidden half-plane, or perhaps it was another new world that the gods of Orire could not reach. Feeling the power of the lich easily tearing through space, the corners of Orlando's mouth curled up slightly, and he muttered to himself, "Don't worry, my dear mentor, I don't even need to do it myself with those weak priests in Valen City." Chapter 701. In fact, the half-elf great mage's words were not exaggerated at all. As soon as he returned to the Sardinia Islands, he personally went around the slave market and used group charm to control more than 20 strong slaves. Among them were monsters like orcs, half-orcs, and earth goblins, as well as human warriors who had undergone strict training. He cast AoE buffs such as Bear's Endurance, Bull's Strength, and Cat's Grace on these guys. Then he distributed weapons and armors to them. In just a few minutes, the group of thugs were fully armed. In order to prevent accidents, he even attached elemental energy to their weapons. After doing all this, a satisfied smile appeared on Orlando's face. He immediately ordered the slaves to attack the 2 remaining temples on the island. The priests stationed in the temples did not expect that there would be someone so daring. In the blink of an eye, they were chopped into meat paste in their sleep. Even the apprentices and the servants in charge of cleaning were not spared. Everywhere they went, there was no one left. Not only did they kill everyone, but the controlled thugs also set the place on fire, and the blazing flames lit up the night sky. Many believers who lived near the temple rushed out with buckets of water to put out the fire, but what they did not expect was that before they could get close, they were blocked by more than 20 ferocious-looking guys. The other party did not even say a word of nonsense and killed everyone they saw as if they were completely crazy. One had to know that the temples represented the majesty of the gods they belonged to. It represented the supreme divine right. Killing the priests first, then burning the temples, and finally massacring the believers wantonly was definitely a blatant blasphemy against the gods. As a member of the evil camp, the goddess of the ocean was the first to send down the divine punishment. Although she was restricted by the gods and could not send down incarnations or entities like saints, she could use another form to express her anger. The originally calm sea suddenly became turbulent. In just a few seconds, a terrifying eye of the storm was formed. The huge wave, which was hundreds of meters high, was like the arm of the Titan in the myths, smashing into the city and the thugs. The terrible water pressure directly crushed the houses, and the fate of the people was even more tragic. The cavity in the body was crushed, and the internal organs instantly spewed out of the mouth and nose. The eyeballs were also strongly squeezed and flew out. The power of the gods was so strong, it was so powerful, that mortals were powerless against it. They could almost do whatever they wanted within the scope of their clergy. For example, the clergy of the goddess of ocean was coastal waters, so she could set off a storm in the coastal waters at will, overturn a ship she didn't like, and set off a tsunami to destroy an entire coastal city. The half-elf great mage hiding in the dark saw this scene, and not only did he not show a trace of fear, he even sneered and mocked. What a stupid god! It was no wonder that he could not break through from a low-level divine power to a mid-level divine power even after hundreds of years. But this is also good. Thank you for cleaning up all the traces for me. Although the power of the gods was terrifying, it was not unattainable in the eyes of the legendary mages. Many powerful legendary spells could seriously injure or even kill the gods. Regarding this point, it had been repeatedly confirmed before the destruction of the ancient magic civilization. At least a dozen gods had died in the hands of the legendary mages, and many others had fallen into a long slumber, showing no signs of waking up even now. Therefore, as a quasi-legendary mage, he did not have much respect for the gods. Instead, he was full of contempt and hatred. The temper of the goddess of ocean was like a thunderstorm, coming and going quickly. After killing a few mortals who had offended his dignity, the terrifying storm quickly dissipated, and the sea slowly regained its calm. Apart from a few ships that had been overturned and smashed to pieces in the harbor, only the collapsed buildings on the streets, as well as the residents who had been accidentally injured, could prove how shocking what had just happened was. On the contrary, the goddess of wealth did not seem to care that her temple was burned at all, and she did not react at all from beginning to end. After successfully completing the task given by the undead king, Orlando immediately hid himself, and at the same time used the power of arcane magic to completely shield all his information, silently waiting for the two goddesses to shift their gazes away from the Sardinia Islands. At the same time, in the central control room of the Mage Tower, Andre was adapting to the new ability brought about by the awakening of the arcane eye. Since the mutation of his left eye, he accidentally discovered that he could actually digitize the people or animals he observed. For example, as long as he stared at the crazy Carmen for more than 3 seconds, a large amount of information would immediately appear. Carmen, demon name. Ulrika Claridge Martha Levins, gender, female race, Thanari demon, succubus alignment, chaotic evil attributes, strength, 18 agility, 14 vitality, 14 intelligence, 16 perceptive sense, 13 charm, 25 health points, 75 to 75, permanent insanity cannot be recovered, special abilities. Energy absorption, succubi can absorb life force by touching the target, which is often called the succubus's kiss. Summon Thanari demon once a day. Succubi can summon their own kind from anywhere, provided that the summoning does not exceed their own strength. And other demons are also required to be willing to respond to the summoning, dark vision constant Wormtongue, equivalent to a universal translator, automatically translating the words that succubi do not understand into words that they can understand, and at the same time translating their own words into words that the other party can understand. Innate spells, charm monster, detect kindness, detect thoughts, change appearance, suggestion, error-free teleportation without a doubt. This was the attribute panel of a typical succubus. Although she looked weak and beautiful on the surface, she was completely a monster on the inside. If a human wanted to defeat her, a melee profession would need to be at least level 10, and a spellcaster profession would need to be at least level 7. However, it was a pity that even such a powerful otherworld creature had become a mindless lunatic under the power of the Eye of Arcane. She could only talk nonsense, and no matter how you beat her, scold her, or even kill her, she would not resist at all. looking at Carmen, who had bitten her finger and was lying on the ground drawing a circle with her own blood. Andre sighed helplessly and ordered the huge flesh puppet, "Kill her!" "Yes, master," the soul of the fire elemental replied clumsily in the common language, and immediately broke into a run, using its thick elbows to smash the succubus into the wall. The terrifying strength instantly squeezed her body out of shape, and then it waved its four pincers and tore at her crazily. In just half a minute, Carmen was completely dismembered into a pile of minced meat. Even with the strong vitality of a demon, there was no way she could survive in such a state.